start tonight.
Oh.
And there are 23,000 people watching him play. Oh. This 3 of 3 is up. I'm still waiting for my commercial. There we are. All right. That looks pretty good. If we can check the channels and make sure that we can be heard and there's no lags or anything weird. Hello, hello, hello. It is Crit Night, and I am not Pablo Munoz. Munoz Gomez. No, my goodness. Pablo hates me. I mangle his name every week. It's just, I'm bad. Are you checking? Yeah. All right. All right. So we're all there. Everyone can hear me. Everything is good. We are critiquing again tonight. So upload your well, Henry's going to have to post the Henry's back with us, so things will actually get done well. There it is. Upload your files, please. ZTLs, OBJs, or STLs to the ZBrush switch. Hey Miko, how's it going? Yeah, upload to that if you have any files you want us to look at tonight. I apologize if I snorty or throaty. The winds have been blowing. My allergies are freaking out. Yeah. I guess that's it. We ready to go? Anybody else want to say hello before we dig into this? Oh. Any questions? For those of you who are on YouTube, I know it's a little early for this, but subscribe and check your little bell thing and all of that. It's very helpful. Okay. Well, here we are. We're going to start with our goblin. This is a Night Goblin. You know who it's by? I don't see the name on here.
Name is Yahel.
Yahel. Okay. All right, Yahel. Let us look at what you got. Very nice, very nice. Just real quick on the garments, you have these folds that are kind of going up. These are backwards. Most of these folds are always going to be down because it's the weight, the gravity of the fabric that's creating these. So you're almost never going to have you're never going to have wrinkles that go like this unless there are certain styles of skirts and tops that will have gathering stitches on them, and so they could along here have a seam that they then pull up and gather, and those are intentionally to create that feel, but it's always going to be on a seam. You're never going to get chevron shaped wrinkles pointing up. Gravity just doesn't do that. So think about the gravity you think. Also, since I am Pablo tonight in my titles, Pablo just came out with a new set of fabric brushes that are really nice, and they're really designed to do a lot of these wrinkles, and it's a sexy set of brushes, so you might want to consider looking at those. I don't know that normally he puts like little instruction um, instruction manuals or like how to use the brush videos in them. And normally he's a very astute teacher. So since I'm Pablo, I might as well put the shout out to his fabric brushes because I think you would like them. So pay attention to what's going on with the fabric. Yeah, see here you sort of have it right? The fabric's coming down, the resistance is creating the wrinkles. So these armpit wrinkles are okay on this side, but on this side, so normally a sleeve isn't going to have these wrinkles here. It's going to be more gravity there. Like these wrinkles, see from the armpit, they make sense because what you have is the fabric pinching right here. That creates this point where you get your triangle tearing from. But on the back here, you might get one cross, like from the shoulder seam, you might get one or two crossovers from the shoulder seam, but these are pretty big, baggy sleeves. So you're not going to get this tight. If the arm were bent back and this were rolling over the elbow, you might be able to get these. But these, once again, just aren't quite what happens with fabric in this position. So you might want to just throw some fabric over a chair, like grab your sweatshirt and throw it over a chair, or grab one of your long sleeve shirts or something like that, and throw it over a chair, and just see, what's happening in the fabric. And I think that'll do you it'll do you a lot of good if you actually look at some fabric, because right now you're I don't mean this negatively. You don't know enough about what's actually happening with the fabric to make it up. So I think that it'll help you a lot if you go back to draping some fabric and seeing what it does. Put a shirt on and take a picture of you in your shirt. These are the best position referencing tools in the world. Just take a picture of yourself in a garment and it'll really help you see what that fabric's doing. Yes, that is very true. You need to know the rules before you can break them. Okay, so let's go on. I feel like his arms are a little far away from his torso, but the face is nice. You got a lot of character in the face. The wrinkles are doing what the wrinkles should do. Your ear's a little strange. In humanoids, you got to figure that for the most part, ears work the same way because, they have a purpose, right? And so even long pointy ears, they have a purpose. So these are noise capturing devices, right? So remember that, come on, get over here. Remember your ear holes here. So everything is targeting putting noise in that thing. So all of these shapes are really designed for this to catch. It goes around the shape of the ear and down and in. So that's why these forms sort of do this. And then you have the other scoop that kind of does that. And that way sound comes in, hits, and is shuffled down to the ear hole. So these are sort of stoppers instead of flowing. So I would say just take a little bit of a look at an ear and sort of see what it's doing. What did I just? I see. Somehow I moved it over. Oop. So you have your little ear hole. Pretty sure that's the scientific name for it too. Little ear hole. And then this kind of scoops in here. And this becomes, and this is all happening up here. I'm just trying to get the form going here. Right, so most ears are going to have this channel right here that comes down and in. And then you have this secondary sort of catching area. And then this usually turns into a big scoop, right? I'm going through the back of this. That's grabbing onto, yeah, see right there. Oh, wow. Give me some distance there. And thickness. We're back up. Okay. Okay, so let's reevaluate this again. We have the channel that scoops in. Mm-hmm. Oh, symmetry on. I hate when I do that. When I want to show a comparison and that I know how. Mm-hmm. And then something in this vein. And then there's a the lip right here that brings this all back down and in. So just look at, you know, the human ear and try to figure out what that machine is doing, right? Because, you know, tens of thousands of years evolution, millions of years on ears in general, you know, these are designed to do something. So what happens, you know, it collects sound and then it shuffles these channels back down into the ear. So when you have, duplicate this. So now go to the beginning. I need translations. Oh, they need translating.
Yeah.
I'm like, am I not speaking good English? Not English, not speak good me? What? Right. So when you're thinking about the machine that you're designing, you don't have to mirror, you know, human anatomy, because obviously this is not human anatomy, but it's a humanoid, right? Just, you know, you have this hole here, but then you have the secondary hole here, and then you have this up here. You know, this isn't going to do the job of an ear very well. So just kind of wrap, you know, you can do it backwards or whatever, where it's completely different than a human ear. But think about what the machine is, right? You know, all of these are special eyes, noses, ears, fingers, toenails. You know, it's millions of years of evolution to develop really specific usage things, you know. So yeah, this just makes this look like it's a cutoff ear and then it has a bunch of stuff stitched on it, as opposed to it being one conical unit. So think about your ear anatomy. And let's look at them without clothes here. All right. His arms are a little far out from his torso. Right, if that's the delt. Your pec is there. Your bicep connects to your scapula. So this is coming back and attaching up in here. Right? So you want to make sure that, once again, this, it can be bowed out and it doesn't have to be anatomically perfect. But if you're going to have this arm be this far out off the ribs, I think you want to come up with maybe a broader rib cage. So this isn't just this. It's very difficult for a ball joint to function that far out off of a structure. So you may want to make like the rib cage a little wider, get this in here, just so you, because right now the problem is you have this gaping hole in the armpit, and that allows you to do some things with the fabric that it would never do in an armpit. And if you're trying to get a super broad torso going or something, I don't have big problems with the having the broad shoulders and stuff. I just think that you want to kind of wrap your head around the anatomy of what's happening with it, and that way you get slightly more realistic intersections. I know I just gave him huge old lats, but that's what has to fill that space, right? Because those are coming over and connecting to get the arm to do stuff. So think about the repercussions of the sort of anatomy that you're trying to get it to do. Because like I said, you can beef that chest cavity up some, but make sure if you're going to have that big a spread on the arms, make sure the rest of your anatomy sort of, what's the uncanny valley, or no, that's when it's so close to real that it's weird, right? Isn't that the uncanny valley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? Polar Express is the uncanny valley.
Yeah. I remember when we were doing Nixon, the first time they did the makeup, FX Smith, he's a Canadian effects guy. They did the makeup on oh, come on. Who played Nixon? I'm having a brain fart.
Who played Nixon?
It wasn't Picard. It's
Anthony Hopkins?
Yeah, Anthony Hopkins. And he looked so much like Nixon. It was creepy. Hey, Andres. I mean, it was weird. He looked exactly like Nixon. It was just too creepy. And so they made it look like Anthony Hopkins with a nose prosthetic, because then you're dealing with an actor playing the role as opposed to this. I mean, FX Smith was really a good practical, a practical makeup effects guy, and it was crazy. It was just so good. Everybody was just like, okay, it's just too weird. The, you know, often when you're like, oh, that doesn't look like him, it's, yeah, there are reasons. Too weird. So, and with fantasy stuff, well, I mean, okay, I mean, if you're just doing anatomy, you should know anatomy. But I think in fantasy stuff, people, they don't think about the machines they're building, right? And so I think that, yeah, no, I was guessing actors completely wrong, and I worked like 7 months on that film. um, so, and why I say this, right? Okay, so if we look here, see how you have this armpit, and the problem with this armpit is, well, one, anatomy doesn't do that. There is no such thing as a muscle that does this, right? So one, it's just weird anatomy. And okay, I get it. You're going to put clothes on it, whatever. But what you've created is now a shirt that does something that shirts don't do. No one's armpits have these see-through crotch holes. You know what I mean? Where like you're looking between a really skinny pair of legs, because armpits are crossover muscles. And for any armpit to work, this muscle has to connect up into the torso. This muscle has to connect over into the torso. This muscle is connecting over into the torso. This is coming back and down. And so there's no place where you're going to get a U gap here. This is always a pinch, just because of how armpit work, if that makes any sense. Because of the rotation, you have to have those crossover muscles, which means you don't ever have this much material in the armpit. And so this led you to having to make up stuff that didn't seem right, because you're like, oh, why is this working like this? Because now let's take the garment into consideration, and let's turn this guy on and go to you. We'll duplicate you. Now, let us turn transparency on so we can see through this guy from. Okay, so I changed that a little. We're gonna bring this up. Now you can see what's going on in my armpit, right? So now we can look and we're like, okay, so now actually how does this garment behave? Well, it can either have, we're going to give it just a normal seam armpit, just so, I mean, you could have a raglan top here, but we're not going to get into raglan tops and different kind of garmentry stuff. So you have a seam. That is way too big a brush to do this with. You have a seam. That's doing this. And now because that's doing this, you have fabric that's coming out this way. You have fabric coming down this way. And now all of your pinches and stuff are going to come from this intersection right here. And you can see underneath that, right, I have a torso there. We have an arm here, there. So you're going to have weight coming off the shoulder and coming in the arm. You're going to have some pinching here. So you'll get some of this kind of pinching like that. And so you then can look at any picture of a shirt or a sweater and you'll be like, oh, I understand what's going on here as far as fabric. Where on this one, you didn't have that. You didn't have the anatomy in the armpit, which allowed you to put like these, these folds here. And I mean, just look at, no armpit ever has this much space in it. In a humanoid. I mean, you can design an octopus with 50 arms and sure, it'll have as much space as you want. But an orc is still humanoid. It's still a binary bipedal thing. It's symmetrically binary. I guess I have to be right. So now you can start to evaluate how the fabric is working in context of real fabric, and that'll allow you to make better decisions. Nope. Other than that, I think you're doing all good. Any questions? Yeah, I mean, we can go into specific, yeah, the neck's a little odd only because it's not really a neck for a figure this size, right? I mean, goblins aren't orcs. They, normally they have necks. And, even an oversized head, you'd have a more cylinder neck normally. But, it's stylized stuff.
So I found the reference that I think this was created from, though it's clothed with a hood and you can't see quite as much.
Right.
But to Ragnar's point, it's far more hunched. The head is sort of forward and down.
Oh, I see. I didn't know there was specific. I'm very familiar with this unit. Yeah, it's definitely coming off the front of the torso a lot. They've really changed goblins, sculpt goblins. Oh, for those of you, sorry, I'm sitting here just staring at stuff. Oh, right on.
Further up on that page, there's a picture right under the title Warfare that shows just how far out that neck is. Scroll down a bit. Keep going. Yeah, that one. Just how far that neck sticks out. It's like his shoulders are almost above his ears. The gray picture where he's holding a shield and a stick. No, it showed when you clicked Warfare a bit ago. It showed up. We'll find out in 20 seconds.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was by no means comparing it to the reference. Sure. Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of differences if we're actually comparing it to this.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but
yeah, no. When I sculpted goblins, their heads weren't big. I love goblins. There's so much. All right. So Ragnar, you actually you worked for Citadel, or are you a freelance artist? I did stuff, like some space work stuff and things like that, like 25 years ago. Oh no, trust me. It's coming. We are going to make miniatures. And they are going to be so weird. People aren't going to. All right. Who's next?
Andre Lopez, titled Alien for Feedback.
Yeah. And we've seen this one, if I remember correctly. I like the eyes a lot better. I can't remember exactly what was going on with the eyes beforehand, but I don't think it felt like there was weight to them. And I think you got some of the weight into your wrinkles here. I like the wrinkles around the mouth a lot. Is it just the lighting or is that side? And yeah, no, I'm being persnickety here. Because when you make good models, I'll be a lot pickier. When you cut this in, this little shadow right here drives me nuts. Because this is going behind that. That little shadow implies a dip. So I think all I'm saying, it can't have all your subdivision. Oh well. If you is noise on? Here we go again where I can't. All right, for some reason I can't sculpt on this. It's okay. So this little dent right here, right? This is under tension, right? You have your insertion up here, and then it's kind of doing this down to its origin. So this is a taunt, right? That muscle's under tension. And when you do things like this, see how it looks like you came through and you cut this line in afterwards? And the other side's not as bad, I don't think. And it might just be the lighting too, so take it for what it is. But you have a surface, and then you have a dip, and then you have this. And on this one, it comes in, then you have the dip, and it goes like that. See these two channels right here? Just make them flat. When you cut these layers in, you really have to make sure that you're selling the idea that that is actually under and over the other thing. So, no, it's because I'm not even subtool. So this little guy right here, I'm just going to take planar and give you an idea. Paint on. Right, you see how much that filled in? Just going planar off that surface. And that's not how I would fix it. I was just throwing it out there. Let's unback this. So instead of taking one of these brushes and cutting a line in, make sure that you retain your layers. This is sitting, no, it's not clay. Okay. That this, instead of cutting a line, draw a line over, right? Grab clay tubes and let that line catch that edge. And then these don't have to be cut in to make that feel like it's going over, right? If that's where the muscle is coming in, that's where that muscle is coming in. Don't cut it back and in. Come back and create that separation lip. by throwing something over it instead of cutting into it. And then you can see that you're selling the illusion that that is going under that one, that is going under that one, and that's sitting on top of both of those. And it's just, it's one of my pet peeves. I know everyone hears me harp on it, and people are like, oh, you never talk about anything else. Well, it's a real thing. That's why. Don't infringe on the other pieces surface, right? If this is a surface, make sure that if that is sitting under it, you come back and put this on top of it, as opposed to trying to cut a line into it, if that makes sense. And then, and obviously you're not going to be that melodramatic. I'm just, those little dents are a big deal. And then the other thing, your biceps looking okay. It's coming in. Do remember though that the bicep is connecting to the top of the scapula over here. So even here, this is coming back up and in. That's really more of a crossover in there. And so that also means that this is a crossover right here. Right? That's not just like there is something on top and it's coming under. So just be careful when you have anything that sort of looks like symmetry. In anatomy, anytime you get anything that sort of looks like a worm or something soft, I mean, look at this shape, right? You have something that's going like this, and then it's sort of a tube. Muscles don't do that. They can't do that, right? Because the muscle has a function, you know. And so what is that connected to? Well, you're going to have the lat sitting over that, and that's probably connecting to the deltoid. I mean, the tricep. So just make sure, and it, you know, what you did here with the bicep is good, right? It doesn't have to be so overblown that it's an issue. But remember, like I said, you know, this is actually coming back up in here. And then that is doing something like that. And this is doing something like that. And you know, here you can soften it all back down to where there's almost no definition. But you can see that the muscles are telling the appropriate story now. Make sense? Like his little cotton belt. Knees are good, feet are fun. Yeah, I would say those are the only things. Really make sure that on things like this, especially when it is subtle stuff, it has to be right or you lose that surface continuity. And then, like I said here, just make sure that you are still telling the correct story. Yeah. And I assume this is for rendering. If you want to print this, make sure that you tone down some of your texturing. For rendering, it's fine because you can put every pore in a render and it's fine. If you try to do this to a printed model, it turns the surface into sandpaper. It just homogenizes everything and it becomes visually overwhelming to the point that you sort of stop paying attention to it. So just know that if you are doing photorealistic rendering models and then you want to print them, you do want to come back in and just like sort of where the high points are maybe, and just get it to where surface reflection is telling a part of that story, because it just becomes too much when you're doing a model. Rendering model, put as many little cracks on it as you want. Yeah, I think those are the only issues. The subtlety of the neck and then the armpits. Here. All right. Who's next? Or did anyone have any questions on that? Did someone have a question that I missed?
Riz asked how to apply a material to all subtools at once. I don't know if you know that.
Well,
I certainly don't.
You mean
I assume they mean like apply it permanently, like paint.
Oh, well, and under color, fill layer, fill object. I mean, filling objects the way you do it. I don't think there's a way to do all of them other than clicking this material. I mean, you don't mean this, I'm assuming. Oh, look, we just changed the material. I would assume that you. Did Alipai get his or her question asked?
Did I miss a question?
Oh no, it says I've been waiting for the stream to ask this for some time.
Oh, that they needed a link to My Dirty Blue.
Oh, okay. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Hey.
The stream deck handled it.
Okay, yay team. Okay, who's next?
So Miko has 2 ZTLs. I assume they are the same thing.
I think this is the more recent one.
Yeah.
Because it looks like there's a little bit more work on it. So this is Raphael's David, I believe. So, yeah. I love his little chisel butt. Really cute. Well, we got to go look at Raphael. Boom, 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 boom. That's not. Or Dave. Okay. Have a little pokey butt. Look at him. I don't really give you a good side view of him ever, do that. Not good. So, what I'm looking for is shoulder position from the back. Interesting.
Miko uploaded, or Miko posted a link to a 3D scan.
Oh, really?
Of the art. Yeah.
Oh, Sketchfab. You can do it. He does. Look, he has that weird little drop butt. So maybe we should critique Raphael here and say, well, he's not really bending at the waist, even though he's clenching at the waist. His shoulder blade's a little weird and low, considering the torso's not bending that much. Raphael would have been like, what? I was gonna say your torso's weird and long, but actually, yeah, no, that's pretty David-y. And actually, you put more of a twist in the back than he did. And if you'll notice, your butt crack's actually facing in the right direction too. Can't believe I'm saying this, but Raphael doesn't really put a twist in the torso, because if you look, his butt crack's sort of facing this direction, which would put the pelvis here. That's funny. You actually subconsciously made changes that were good. See how disjointed his pelvis is? He's trying to tell me that the pelvic crest is here. Hip bone. How's that get over to the spine? He was definitely planning that from one view, wasn't he? That's funny. Yeah, well, I can't really comment on your anatomy since you definitely did what Raphael did. I would still argue that the pelvis is weird because you sort of have, you know, the pelvic block here. And see, yours is actually going this way, where his actually is pointing this way a little more. So there's a disconnect between this intersection right here. But that's not you, that's definitely him. He looks great. You did a good job. I love Goliath's head. You did a good job with it. Always love the weirdo grippy toes. Is that a waka waka?
Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening there.
Waka waka waka. Your scales and feathers look really good. Your laurels look good. I like how you sink the eyes back into the skull, so the skull's more prominent. The implication of death, classically. No, he looks great. Especially, like I said, especially since the weirdo anatomy things are Raphael's, not yours. Raphael's rolling around in his mausoleum. Who are you, you upstart turd? I'm like, I don't know, dude, but I think Leonardo would have had something to say about it, just saying. Nope, you did a fabulous job. That looks wonderful. Are you happy with how it turned out? You should be. It looks good. Oh, no, no. You have time to upload a file. Are there more files uploaded? Where are we next? We still have one more, right?
No. Gabriel Lima, do you have that one? Let's see, that was 228 at 840, so no, you don't have it.
Okay. All right, so we have to do a second download.
Yup. You'll have 3 files.
Boop. Sketchfab is awesome. People, don't be afraid to use actual scans of pieces for reference. If you're having a hard time wrapping your head around how something is working, look at a 3D model of it. You know, it's helpful. And Sketchfab has a huge, they have a bunch of museums and stuff that are part of the Scan It for Earth, or I can't remember what the program they do is called, but they have tons of museum stuff, and it really lets you look at, you know, actual historical objects scanned at high resolution. So never be afraid to go in and look at Sketchfab. Okay.
Four files now.
Woo-woo. Am I just getting extra Ragnars in here, or?
Nope, more stuff is showing up. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files.
Okay, good. I was just like,
and you could ignore the TXT. I'll read it. Okay. It's pretty long. Download the TXT. Or you can probably just click it in ZBrush, since, yeah, either way, or in ZBrush in Dropbox. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Oh yeah, you know, I was just thinking about how bad your English was. You actually use commas in sentences and stuff. You're horrible. I can't believe it. Please. Your English is all good. Okay. Who's first? Is it Ragnar?
Nope. First, Gabriel Lima.
Okay.
That's the brush. That's the ZBR.
So we have to download or load those.
I assume that there's a way in ZBrush to just open a brush file.
Yeah, you just
right?
go to brush and load it. ZBrush,
Okay.
load brush. But okay, so let us go to brush. No, I think I go load brush. Oh. The brush is a ZBP with a ZBR.
Hmm.
Didn't you say it was a ZBR?
Yeah. Oh, it's a document.
It's a ZPR.
No, it's not. It's a ZBR. A ZBR file is an image only. So it's saving the document as an image.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting. So it just replaced my document, my desktop document. So it's like a screen capture.
But with depth.
Is it real depth?
Well, your images are showing up in front of and behind it, depending on where they are in the scene.
Look at that.
That's bizarre.
So the document is how you saved the 2.5D image.
Yep.
Fascinating. I don't know that I've ever received a file as a ZBR. Uh-oh.
And Control N does what Control N does.
Yep, exactly. And Control N kills it. Okay. Well, that's good to know too. No, I don't want Photoshop. All right, Photoshop's going to do its thing. See, this is the beauty of having 11 billion RAM. Photoshop can boot up and not kill. Okay, so will it let us make this bigger? Or will that just mangle it? Okay. So I like your scales are kind of working with it. You're not doing anything where David just wants to be part of the conversation tonight, doesn't he? He's like, look, I have no pants on. Forget that dragon. I would definitely rather see it as a ZTL. Because there's some ways that you can turn this facial stuff, you know, it sort of scales, it's sort of maney, you know, like maybe flames or, and I think I need to know what that texture is. From what I can tell right now, what I would say is like these scales are almost okay because they're still having a scale feel. You come up here and you have this XV sort of like diamond pattern going on. And then these sort of are scales, but then they kind of turn into like hair or mane. If this is supposed to have a hard head with scales, be more careful about your scale placement. It's really important. If it's supposed to sort of turn into like a horse mane or something, you know, hairy, don't use scale patterns because it just convolutes the message there. But I love it. I'd love to see it as ZTL though, or as a model, so I can actually look around it. But it's fun. I like it. Okay, so now I need to go back to...
Yeah, you're going to have to open your starter project. Get your world back.
Yeah. Hijackers. No, I don't think that that had the dimensionality. I don't know. Maybe. Did I just not have edit selected since it came in? That could be.
So in the Pixo forum, it says that there's absolutely nothing saved there but pixels.
The picture. Okay, that's what I thought.
There's no geometry / polygons.
I didn't think so. If I remembered my ZBrush from the old days world. Okay, so now we are going to load tool. We are going to go into downloads. Boom, boom, open. I'm gonna have to refill my water bottle. It's a little toasty today. Right. Okay, who's first?
David.
Okay, so this one. Bled.
Yeah, and they have an JPEG to go along with that one.
Oh.
And they are here in chat.
Very nice. It's an interesting knee joint. It's sort of like the quirky, jerky technology thing. I like that the knee's blown out. Or not necessarily blown out, but not straight. It gives it that sort of handcrafted look. There's definitely the implication of surface battering or, you know, age. Is this from a game or something, or is this your concept drawing? Okay. Yeah, it's very, it's a cool concept. That's interesting. How is he dealing with those hips? Because it's almost like that armored skirt thing. And is the implication that the movement of the hips is down here as opposed to being something that's like that? Interesting. I think that you do want to, and he has it in the illustration. I would definitely make sure that you do the framing here, because that little bit of framing takes us back into that sort of rolled theme, hand hammered armor stuff. And I think those little seams are going to be real important to keep that feeling. That rolled edge is a really common feature of traditional armor. And it's sort of that retro-y sort of, I don't know. Everyone always calls things like this steampunk because it's sort of like retro technology, but steampunk's Victorian. I don't like that. Steam. And I also think you probably want to exaggerate this waist stuff a little bit more. Because, once again, I think this is pretty referential to this time period where it almost looks like they had these skirts going on. And I think that this curve, what makes this curve kind of sexy is the waist is going out into that hip, and that hip does have a plane there. So it's almost like a transition plane into another transition plane. You see what I mean? Look at how nice this curve is here. Right? He actually has the plates coming down and around, right? And then they're almost like bird feathers in the back, where you're really accenting this wasp waist silhouette. And that turns this sort of into that corseted, proud sternum. And I think that you lost some of that wasp waist. And once again, I don't know if you're done or not.
They said super early work in progress.
Yeah.
Or mega whip.
Yeah. So, make sure that you're getting these silhouettes, because they're what's making that form really sexy. That could be a little bit more. I think that's extreme. But I would definitely accent all of this stuff that is this wasp wasting. Punch it, because I think that really is just such a great feature that from every direction, this is a beautiful curve. So don't get caught up in the details breaking up your curves. Make sure your details are tying to those curves, because I would argue that's one of major appeal points about this. And then I just want to see how you visualize. So I'm assuming you're thinking that your leg, and then these are sort of ball jointing to something here where this whole leg's moving. And I think feasibly that is probably the easiest way to make it. But I think that there's something intriguing right here. This line right here. And it sort of has little vents in here. And then you have these panels here to sort of make it move oddly. Because, you know, if that hip's rocking, you know, this isn't really giving you a lot of rocking room. So I think it'd be fascinating if this were the hip joint here. And these were panels that had a little bit of motion to them. So you have this really quirky low crotch leg movement. That could be something very unique or very interesting. And I know that you're working in Symmetry right now, but I would say there's, and why I say that would be an interesting pivot point is because once again, this waistline becomes very important again. And I just see this thing moving quirkily. And I think that could be really fascinating if you could figure out how, instead of this being on one pin and that moving as one piece, where you have a limited motion here, let's say maybe the rocking back and forth here, but not much up and down. And then that area is like, let's say the pivot's there. So your leg's moving from this lower position. Like that would make the ball, the hip, like there. And because this is such a quirky gesture here, I think that could be a really unique interpretation of how that hip moves, because like I can see all that moving around. I just think that'd be something a little more interesting. It would force it to move alien-y or like an alien. All right, let's see what else we got here. I would say you're definitely getting the mood, you know. I think these get just a touch flat, and it might just be the silhouettes. And this is where going exactly off the silhouettes of illustrations can get a little weird. I think that this, you probably, especially since this is such a nice pillowy form, right? You know, this is that nice organic round, you know, that puffy machinery thing going on. Don't let these get too quirky. These are still pieces of armor. So I'd be a little more careful and make sure these shapes don't feel like they're aluminum foil, but where they feel, because if it's crinkly in the sense of, you know, it looks like you crumpled up a piece of aluminum foil, you lose that plate armor feel. So you can have the surfaces beat up, but you don't want to get the forms to be so wavy. They look like flower petals, right? You know, you want these to retain a little bit more solidity, because all of your interior forms are holding it up, or are holding up. I just think this got a little, you know, you got to figure, chances are plate isn't going to get this wiggly, right? I mean, this is leaving me the impression of, let's say, a flower petal, stiff garment, you know. I just want these plates to feel a little bit more like armor. And when you're doing something like these hips where you have these small forms that are tiling together to make your shape, I would almost always sculpt the base shape in first and then extrude those, or Boolean cut them out, in the sense of, because like I said, this shape, that wasp waist, is so integral to the design of the part. Okay. Okay. Everybody else. Come on. You're not good. Okay. And then we'll go. All right. Let's turn on that. They're a pretty good part of this. And let's talk. Okay. So how I would have approached this torso is I would definitely have taken this, turn on Sculptress Pro, turn on Sculptress, and you notice I duplicated it, so you have your original form there. And now let's Symmetry, Snake Hook, and Sculptress Pro. And just make sure you're getting this shape. Now I'm gonna fill this in some. It's actually solid. I thought that was solid. See, because this is another reason I think that this would be an interesting hip line, is because like this is really sort of your rib cage shape, right? And it's ending right here. It's like your rib cage ends here, your hips end here. Like they've done some really interesting things with changing where the body is. So I would try to look for movement options that tie into that discombobulated sort of thing. So, but this is what I mean. It's dynamic. I don't need snake hook. Comes up. That's sort of the armpit. And then smack. Lateral, yeah. So before I had sculpted a single one of those panels. Oh. Sculpture on stop. Because this is so much like the corseted. You can do it. So that's down. And what's funny is you will almost never hear me say that I'm going to start my model with a Sculptris Pro. I almost do this always with what's it called? ZModeler. That's the one.
ZModeler. And when you say Sculptris Pro, do you mean Dynamesh?
Yeah, Dynamesh with the Sculptris Pro turned on, so you're dragging your mesh around. That's, yes, Dynamesh and then Sculptris Pro. But the only reason on this one I might take this direction is just so you really decide on how this this intersection's happening, because I think it's such an iconic, at the same time idiosyncratic interpretation of this corseted armor that I think I would want to make sure that these curves are really, really there. And you've worked out like the angle of this hip line, right? And how this is coming in. And, you know, what does this buttocks feel like, sort of thing. You can do it. Uh-oh. Only 4 million. I guess I did just inflate the hijibas out of that. That's going to be okay. Oh, no, trust me, your file sizes aren't my problem. I have more than enough machine to deal with any file sizes. It's just that I did a huge inflate there and then decided to Dynamesh it. The poor machine has to think about it for a second. Trying to be fast. You notice how, oh no, this is the gray screen awaited.
Wraith called me your butler.
Hey Jeeves. What's wrong with my friggin' internet today? That's very sweet. I think he's just trying to get me beat up. I don't think you know the grief that I go through every time you say something like that. Why are you always looking down on me, Tomas? I didn't have anything to do with it, man. I don't think it's going to stay there anyway. Okay. I like when Dynamesh just decides it's going to stay wherever it's at. And so before I would think about the armor on this part, I really want to know where these facets are. What's happening with this hip line? Because I really think that's what makes this so interesting, right? You have this transitional hip line here. You have this armpit corseted, you know, this looks like a corset. It also looks like the heavy armor, you know, that's like the armpit for the armor, but you notice how low it is. And the bar is still coming across here, at least like, hold on, let's zoom in there. I think that's what's happening. Come on. Yeah, see, this looks like, you know, something's happening there. So that really is where the shoulder's bending there. So there are just some really quirky anatomy things going on here. So I would really try to get that quirk into it early and just make sure you know where everything is. No. I hate when I accidentally hit other buttons. Right, so you know you have sort of this shape going on in here. And then that's transitioning into this shape. And that is so I think before I tackled any of that, like feathery armor detail, I would definitely try to get this to where your silhouette is kind of what you want it to be. Because when you start building a model like this in all these different disjointed pieces, right, you know, it has 11 billion pieces of armor and little feather armor and different armor and screws and nuts and bolts, and it's so easy to lose just what makes it fundamentally nice. And that's this silhouette. Because see how you started to put these plates in? So you started to try to get these shapes in here, but I really feel like you've lost this front curve and that beautiful, smooth, nice shape. And so I would say, no. Mm-hmm. And then you can start to get the feel for where these are going to play out. But if you're doing it on the form, you know, at least then you're still retaining the sex appeal. Jaja?
Poor Jaw.
Jaja? But yeah, I mean, you're definitely getting there. Like you said, you know, how early is it as a work in progress? But I just think that when, you know, silhouette is so important to this character, I think I would do a silhouette block up before I did the parts block up, because it's just so easy to lose yourself in the parts and miss that beautiful form. Yeah, all right. Any questions? All right. Who's next?
David. Or was that David? Ragnar. So Ragnar has two models, a zombie male and a zombie horse.
Zombie horses. I like the subcutaneous tissue falling apart nastiness. It's just one of my faves. One of my go-to tools in this sort of or when I'm doing meat, or actually I use it for like wave foam. I use it for like metal that's deteriorating, and I also use it for zombie stuff. And that is, I have my little bump tool, and I will it's 0.022. Let's take this area up here. Is your whole rib cage under there? Yeah, good. Let's do it down here. Okay. Come on. When I'm trying to get the different layers of the meat sort of falling apart, I have my little form bump. And it's off. That's interesting. Why is this so? Oh, it's because it's the whole body. Come on now. Break your models up. Especially when you're trying to do something that has potentially very high res. If you don't break your models up, right? We have 30 million polys, but look at how much mesh degradation we have here, only because, well, sure, there's plenty of meat there. It just allows you to do. No, for God's sake. Higher detailed sculpting. There we go. Jeez, Luke. So what I like to do is by pressing positive and negative, I like some of these random tools where it's throwing down random noise. And so, you know, you can add, subtract, and add, and subtract, and add, and subtract. And I'm just constantly adding and subtracting for a little bit. And adding and subtracting. And the random noise really helps with things that are underneath, because you don't wind up with really contrived intersection edges. It really does nice stuff at the intersection edges. SK trim polish thereafter. And you can come back and knock a lot of this down. And what that also does is give you, and obviously I'm doing this large and melodramatic so you can see what I'm saying. But I like using one of the random noise tools that'll throw down random noise, because then it's not quite as contrived. You are getting random layers. And then I'll come back in with twist and you know, you can really break out your different levels of what's in front of what. And I didn't even have my button on control. And if you do a big one first, it lets you really come in, define those different layers of, it's not a mastication, that's being chewed. I guess if it's zombie, it could be mastication. What is it when the flesh is falling off? Can't think of my science word. And it gives you a slightly more organic approach to some of these areas that have the, you know, the filamenty sort of grungy, sort of meaty. And if you're printing, this is a very, very good texture to print. But that just gives some of this a little bit more randomness to it. Because unless, you know, when you look at this, it's, you know, it's always the question, where do you start? How much goes? How much stays? You know, depending on the environment, do they eat the skin? Do they eat underskin and only the meat? And blah, 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 blah. So that's one of the things I always geek out with on zombies is like how the myofascial tissue layer is so thick, and you know you can get things that are eating up under the flaps of skin and stuff. So that's the only thing I'd say about that is wrap your head around kind of what's happening there. So to see. What's that? Hmm. Again, remember, especially in something that is moving, don't let these muscles that are interacting with each other, don't let those intersections get soft. Don't let them get S curvy. Don't let them keeping the idea of tension that it's actually going up and under the other part. You know, this is going back into the back of the scapula, so it's not nowhere near the armpit is that bicep relaxing, if that makes any sense. That's going up and in, so make sure that there's tension in these insertions and origins, right? And it's subtle. I mean, that's not, you know, I'm not talking about big changes here, but muscles are tense things. Even when they're floppy, they're fairly tense. So just make sure that you're keeping these intersections where they're happening tight, because, like I said, there are very, very few places that you're going to run into a muscle that is going to be floppy. Now, let's look at Atlas. You can do it. Come on, you. System. There's muscular. Come on, you. I don't remember button keys. I mean, the bicep doesn't get loose until it's way up here, right? It's connecting up here. So don't let these muscles get soggy in those intersections, right? Don't let them get soft. Because, you know, the pec's down here. It's not even. Let's see that. I don't. I used to use this a lot more. Give me my armpit. right? I mean, you can see that these muscles are intersecting up here. Like this tendon is going all the way down in here, right? Let's turn it on. And so there's never, this muscle physically cannot have like this little S shape down here because it's inserting all the way up here. And we just had quite a few bicep issues today, so I just want to make sure, right? And this is connecting all the way down in here, right? You know, you have to remember that these are going well past the intersections for them to function. So don't get caught up on these intersections like that. So yeah, make your armpits more concrete. Same with the back here. You know, these are coming in, right? They don't end flat. Here again, even if these, see how you have the point of your stratus up here? I would say make sure and sculpt the anatomy tight first and then break it apart. Because, you know, once again, these muscles are actually, you know, coming in here. This is peeling up. Only if the tips of these are cut is that going to tip up. Like the muscles don't move or peel away like skin does, right? So you got to think about how it's coming apart. Let's see. Well, this isn't quite what I'm looking for, but I'll give you the idea. Right, so, you know, let's say this is eaten away. You can see all of your insertions, your origins, your tendons are there, and then the meat is coming off, or the skin is coming off, and then the meat's going to come off. But unless it's a bite mark, it's not going to, you know, you can see even if this were all bit out, none of this ever gets soft because that system is under tension. Yep, crit weak. So remember that. Yeah, even look here, you know. Oh, well, we're in the rib cage, so you're not going to see any of those muscles. Let's see. So, right, you know, this is peeled back, but the muscles that are still connected are under tension, right? See, even here, you know, these are still sort of under tension. Don't let it get mushy. Because even if something is, you know, desiccated and has been out forever and it's soggy and weird, it still has its it still has that fundamental structure going on that you don't lose. Well, I mean, if it's been underwater a long time, it can turn to jelly, but that's a completely different issue. So, just in this case, I would say you, instead of just having it be big open areas that are sort of hamburger, there's really not, especially on a zombie, it's not like there's a ton of fat on that thing. So you're really dealing with skin and then muscle, however it's being chewed off or rotting off. But you're still, you're going to have that substructure under tension. And so I think that's something to wrap your head around. There. Right, humans aren't chocolate bars. It's not just, there's muscles and stuff. That being said, your anatomy's good. It's definitely on the right track. It's definitely heading the right direction. I think you just have to be a lot more careful about how you're doing your the holes. Because right now, like I said, it's more like a chocolate bunny with a skeleton, a set of skin that then has muscle fiber on it. Oh no, I'm not saying it doesn't get. Yeah, no. We used to do life drawing at the morgues, and yeah, no, I'm not saying it can't turn into SOG, but even as soggy as it gets, the subcutaneous fat is a different texture than the muscle, Windows version of what?
Visible body.
Yeah, I'd love it. It's awesome.
But it's very difficult to find a desktop version of.
Yeah, I think you have to, like, I have mine because mine's like 10 years old. I think mine's like 2017, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But I know they now have a online thing for students, and that's everything and its brother. It's pretty cool.
Visible body web suite, but you can't just pay a one-time fee and get it.
Oh, you can't?
As best as I can tell, no. It's $3 a month or $25 a year.
Yeah.
But they do have the Body Atlas for mobile. That's like $25 one-time fee.
Yeah, and see, they used to have the downloadable desktop app from the mobile version.
Yeah, if that still exists, I cannot find it.
Yeah, it probably does. I know that all those models were done in ZBrush. I remember when whoever was doing them posted them all. All right. See, I would say that's the issue that I would think about, is to keep it from looking like a chocolate bunny. And then our horsey. See, I kind of feel like you're taking a more rational direction here, because this feels like layers of meat that are falling off, cutting off, coming off, as opposed to spoonfuls of zombie chocolate. I'll tell you, even the $25 a year, if you're doing figures, it's so worth it. And I mean, they have muscle stuff, and and what's really cool is it really is an educational thing. So if you're trying to learn anatomy, like, you can do little quizzes on all the different systems, and it's just a really, really tight system as far as I'm concerned. I like that stuff a lot. I like his little bone tail. That's adorable. But if he has a bone tail, make sure it's coming out where the tail is. I think that's low. because right now he's pooping a bone skeleton is what's going on. And so whenever, and this is the place that lots of people get into trouble or get themselves into trouble, is when I, right, you pen. So this is sort of going like this, and then it is so much safer to think of muscles in straight lines, not curves. Right, you know, oh, we got this, and I'm going to make that, and this, that. Where if you come in and you're like, okay, well, this muscle is this muscle is this is this, that's that, and that's that. If you break down your muscles in straight line systems as opposed to, you know, doing weird like curvy lines and things like that, you will always retain that tension level. That's that structured tension, structured tension that is the muscular system. What's more than what most people are down?
Oh, running BlueStacks, which is an Android emulator for PCs, so you could buy the mobile version and run it.
Oh, is it
on your
only
computer?
PC?
BlueStacks might be available for Mac as well, but it lets you run mobile apps.
Oh, it's
desktop.
a mobile emulator. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could do. I think. Go ahead.
Is Daniel too old? Did you read that comment?
But he's 27.
Tell Daniel he's not too old.
You're not too old. That's silly talk. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some 12-year-olds out there who are gunning for your job, but you know, it's all it is man hours. It's all it is. It's man hours. I would say for horse anatomy, if you can get a hold of any of Steve Lord's animal videos, animal anatomy sculpture videos, Steve does it better than anyone I know. He's damn good. No, the only way you're too old is if you say, I'm going to sit at home and smoke pot and stare at a wall. You know, well, you're never going to learn it. You know, you need to, it's work. If you're willing to put in the work, that's all that matters. I mean, how old was I in 2005 or 2004?
50.
No, in 2004.
60.
No. Well, 2004, so I was 35 when I first saw ZBrush. And I stopped everything I was doing and I decided I was going to learn ZBrush and make my life about ZBrush. And I proceeded to spend 16 years learning and making ZBrush do what I want. And I'm insanely obsessive compulsive. And all I do is put hours and hours and hours and hours and hours into working. And that's what made me good. I mean, I've been sculpting since I got paid. First time I got paid for my sculpture was 1978. And I've been selling sculpture since. So I had a lot of man hours of sculpting before I ever saw the computer. But I started from ground zero. I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. You can ask Henry about my computer acumen.
It's very true.
I have a love affair with the cat button. Oh, and you really need you have to get a I say a Wacom, but now there are other companies, but I've always had a Wacom. It's the only one I've ever had or ever used. So when I say Wacom, fill in your tablet. But you need to get a Wacom because if you don't have pressure sensitivity, you're getting nothing out of this program. I mean, that's not true. I've seen actually some pretty magnificent sculpts done with a mouse. But no, I'm going to say no. It is kind of true. It hit. Yeah, no, his horse anatomy stuff. Well, just his anatomy. I was gonna say his animal anatomy, but just he's one of the most dynamic anatomy sculptors that I know. He's awesome. Yeah. I've sculpted with a mouse before, but the thing about sculpting with a mouse is it is either 100% on or 100% off. There's no pressure sensitivity at all. So you lose 90% of what ZBrush offers, or really any sculpting program, I would assume nowadays. Nope, I would say you're on the right page here. So instead of like doing a pure a crochet, if you know that you're going to do this area, I would just come in and sculpt your muscle tissue, and then you can feasibly fill the rest up with noise and then cut into it. And then you'll have your subcutaneous fat layers as well as your bone and meat layers. But yeah, I would put a skin layer on, maybe your subcutaneous skin level, and then muscles, and then you can fill in, the floating airspace with goop. But I would say this is probably off to a much more sane start than the others. No, looks good. Do you have any questions? It's funny, I do the complete opposite. I start with an insanely low block up. Like I want my base block up to be 700 polys or below. And that would be the horse, anything. I want 700 polys or below, because that way I can divide it out and get into I really needed to wear that 7th or 9th. The 7th or 8th subdivision is 25 million or 25 million or below polygons, so I can get that 9th or 10th subdivision level in there that'll get me up to that 90 million. But it's tricky. Oh, I hope so. Man, if I could sculpt what's in my brain, I think I'd probably scare most of you away. It'd be really cool, though. All right, Ragnar, do you have any other questions? I think you're on the right track here, though. If not, who's next?
Is that all the files you have?
Hmm,
I think it is.
I think it is. Not Pablo. I've been mistitled. But hello, I'll be Pablo. You should check out the new class we just launched, and I have a new brush set out there. Actually, his new brush set is pretty awesome. Oh no, that's what he just showed us, right?
Yeah, refresh. Refresh, refresh, refresh.
Okay.
There you go.
Boop. My God. Well, I have brushes that I have made to make very, 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 very similar texture patterns. I just never put them out for most people. But his brush sets and stuff are very good. His seamless brushes work really well. He's a talented guy when it comes down to stuff.
Where are you all finding these brushes? I found ZBrush clothes and drapery course. Maybe that's cloths.
I think it's just a brush. Hold on.
There's nothing else in his store but that one.
One sec, I'll
thing.
find it for you. I got it out of an email. Can't see it. And of course, caps lock's on.
Obviously.
Flow. New brush set. Get new brush pack. It is here. So where is here? That might be. Hold on. Duplicate this. That's poplandercells.com. It might be like a completely different thing. No. Okay, so normally it's here. Yeah, right here. If you go into categories, see brushes,
Uh-huh.
cloth,
And
and
what?
drapery pack.
So he's got quite a few websites.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. It might not be the same website. I like how he does this with his demos on his brushes.
Can you just put that link in chat?
I can do. Like that. I just always forget to save my brushes. Like I just made a really, really good peanut skin brush.
Peanut skin?
Yeah, for my peanut, for my ring.
For the elephant?
Yeah. It was a really good peanut skin too. And then I didn't save it. I was like, oh man. He makes really good. He makes very good brushes. Actually, he makes very good courses. No, it's so funny. I have hundreds of these that I've made by just, you know, because all you do is you're like, okay, so these are the bony fingers, these are Betsinski, these are the weird baby heads. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's the open cell material. You know, you just go to any of the, you know, Giger and Beksinski texturing. Saved. Or they're saved somewhere. But of course, they're labeled something.
Let's
weird.
be honest. You accidentally deleted them all.
You're actually, I probably did, because
Uh-huh.
they weren't a double.
Yep.
Oh, I really hammered myself there, didn't I? I threw away a lot of work. Okay, we're not gonna think about that. This digital K-Plaque is another really good one. It has some very nice texture. I like his clay rake brushes, and he has some knife brushes that are very nice in the clay pack. Cool stuff. Love it, love it. Bought this one. All right, we go through. All right, did I download something just recently? Is that what we were doing?
I sure hope so.
Uh-oh. What is WinZip's horror?
7-zip is better.
I have it right here. I just, for some reason, it goes to, I don't even know how WinZip's on my. Oh, open. Who's first? No, things are seems 1 second. Things are still coming in. Yeah, anytime. I mean, that's why we're here, right?
It is?
Isn't it? To be helpful.
Oh. I've been doing this wrong.
Oh no.
Oh, I've been
It
doing
sure.
this wrong for a
All I
long
know is
time.
it sure isn't make me look good. I would take a completely different approach if I were trying to make myself look good. Because I actually know what I'm talking about for the most part. You'd never know it here, but okay, who's first?
David again. Mech old dude.
This?
That looks like a mech.
That's his.
What's it say?
Uh,
Is that Legs's?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different one.
All right. It looks like a mechy old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on, right on. I love your old dude. He's awesome. He's hysterical. He's great. Your texturing and your substructure stroking to develop like textures under the surface are really nice. I like how you lay down in one direction, then you stroke over it, and you lay down in one direction, you stroke over it. I do that as well. So of course, it's good. Keep doing that. The only thing is that, and I mean, the incongruity could be the point, but the textures are so radically different from the low poly models to the hard surface model to the super organic model. Unless it's about that, right? That's the story. Oh, look, this is the only thing that that's organic anymore. So there's this huge contrast. Fine. But I would probably still try to find a place where you can transition in your organic model some resting space for the eye, so it's not just all texture, and then find something that's textural in the hard surface, so you're bringing the two things together. So let's take him for example. Come on, you can do it. No, you're already there. Never mind. Like here, maybe take SK Trim Polish and create some detail where you are simplifying part of this, so you have a little bit more smooth areas in it, just so you can sort of get something that's a little bit like slightly more hard surface modeling. And I am just doing this like this to kind of give you an idea. I am not saying this is the way to do it. And then maybe just knock some of this texture down. Sharpen some of these details up just a touch. You know, get it to this organic point, and then come back in and find some of those moments where the smoothness is acting more like a highlighter. And it's also just giving your eyes just a little room to rest in all the chaos. And then find someplace out here where you can get something. And once again, not saying this is the answer, but. Right, so now you can see you have a little bit of your loose organic stroking out here in this part of the model, and the super organic with a little bit of hard surfacing in there. Does that make any sense at all? Because I like the, like I said, the contrast in form. But I think they need to go together. Just one. Yeah. And I know everyone hates me for saying this, but like on all this hard surface model, like crease it and then divide it once or twice. Just, this is just so CAD, you're never going to get away from it. Where if you just hit divide 1 or 2 times, you probably have to crease all for one of the divides. Crease all. Divide once, divide twice. Increase all, divide. That's still going to read hard surface, but now it looks like it's sculptural as opposed to CAD, right? And I just think that helps tie the pieces together a little more. Yes, you can download my UI. Henry has it somewhere. Does that also have my my button assignments?
No, you never sent that to me. And also, we need to produce a tutorial on how to set that up.
Yeah, I need to relearn how to do it. All right, that's something that needs to be done here soon too. Great. So does that make sense? Because I just think the problem with anything that is this hard surface mixed with something that is that organic, and I understand it's low poly modeling, it's for rendering, I get it. Just saying. Crease all, divide, divide, uncrease all, divide, divide. And it just takes a touch of the hard surface off. And I think it just integrates better. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if there's a huge difference than turning smooth off and turning crease all on. Normally, I go through and I define what, like, I won't crease all. I'll only crease like one outside edge. So I'm a little more selective when I actually do my creasing. So I got into the habit of doing crease instead of smooth, right? Because if you just turn smooth, it's everything. And turn smooth off, it's everything. And normally I'm only going to go in and do that 1 crease, 2 crease, I'm not going to crease all because I want more organic form than most people are going to want to in that hard surface modeling. So I think that's just my habit. But if you want to be selective and just do the frames and things like that, then going in and setting your crease lines and then dividing. But yeah, I don't know computationally if there is any kind of difference to the geometry. Let's look. Okay. This is our mesh. This is my mesh. There are many like it, but this one is mine. All right. So we were here. Let's look at our mesh. Uncrease all. And so this is what looks like when we just divide it. Actually, you've loaded these edges so much, I don't think you even need to crease it. Yeah, you can see. So if we just divide it, that knocks some of the corners down, but you've really loaded this geometry. So this isn't as simple a job. Hold on, let's back to the, because that's a little undo. Okay. So this is super simple mesh, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, super simple mesh. Okay, so if we turn smooth off, turn this on so you can see it. Divide, divide, divide. Smooth back on. Divide, divide. Okay. Surface. Okay, so we definitely get these triangles. All right, so let's crease all. Divide, divide. How many times did we divide it before we turned the uncrease off? Was it 3?
I don't remember.
I think it's. And then uncrease all. Yeah, so I would say on that one, it's not that much of a big deal. Let's do it one. Okay. We are here. Turn smooth off. Divide 1. Turn smooth back on. Divide. Okay. That does duplicate that. Let's come here. Undo, undo. Crease all. Divide. Uncrease all. Oh, now that's it. Undo. 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 That was smooth turned off. Divided. Turn smooth back on. Divide. We got this mesh. Let me just make sure that we are perfectly clean. Crease all. Divide. Uncrease all. Divide, divide. That's fascinating. It's glitching. Because it's acting like it's still creasing. Even smoothing it isn't. Bizarro. divide. Okay. All. Divide. Uncrease all. There we go. Okay. So let's look at the difference here. I would say they do exactly the same thing. Yeah. But what Crease allows you to come in and, like I said, normally I'm not going to crease all. I'm going to come in, I'm going to roll over my edges, go to Z modeler, roll over my edge, crease, edge loop, complete, and I'm just going to go boom, that side, and boom. And so let's say these two front pieces, so I'm going there. And now, since I've creased those edges, here's the difference. We didn't have to crease all. With smooth, you can't do only select areas. And so now when we divide, the edges that I selected are creasing and everything else is getting softer. So that's really the difference between smooth and crease all, is that crease all and turning smooth off do the same thing. But why you use crease instead of just turning smooth off is because you can choose where to crease. And then, you know, we did it twice. Uncrease all, and now divide it again. And you can see that those edges soften up. So it gives you just a little bit more control of your hard surface model. Hey, Juan, how are you doing, my brother? Yes, Boolean is awesome.
This is a very random question, but the mic in front of you, is it the Neumann or the Audio Technica?
It's a Neumann.
Neumann.
A TLM
103 MT Studio. I got it.
Oh, yeah, that one. Can you crease one vertex? Yes, you can. You can pick a single edge. You can pick an edge loop partial. You can pick edge loop total. So there are a lot of different. There are a lot of different options in that selection tool. Right. So we come in here, hold over edge, crease, and you can see edge, edge loop partial, poly loop, or edge loop complete. So yes, you can just come in and select one edge. See those sharp edges right there? And the beauty of crease is that it now doesn't actually load your geometry, where an edge loop is loading your geometry. The crease is fake geometry, so it's super good. I know you never hear me praise fake. All right. Who's next? Did that? Anybody have any questions on that one? Yeah. I'm sure Blender might. Or I don't use Blender. You can use Blender. Whatever. Everybody has their kinks, I guess.
All right. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Andres with Fubuki anime figure.
That looks like an anime figure. What do we say? That's Kabuki? I don't know. Kabuki.
Fubuki. I don't know
Oh.
what the difference is.
No, I believe that is a.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, it's a special brand of anime kink, I think. Normally they come with large male genitalia.
Fubuki is her name.
Are you sure?
Yep. The person who made this just said so.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh, from One Punch Man. I like One Punch Man. I like that your wrinkles are different intensity. That's one thing a lot of people get sort of trapped into is when they start doing wrinkles. They do, you know, it's like all one stroke, it's all one depth, it's all, there's real consistent. You know, the beauty of wrinkling is that it is very subtle. And these are real important wrinkles. The ones that are sort of peeling on, they're just like little surface tension wrinkles. Excellent. And you do a good job with putting those in. Just saying. Good little surface wrinkles. All right. This shin's a little bumpy. And it's close. So your wrinkles are getting bigger here at the intersection at the heel. But you need to make sure very carefully that the wrinkles are outside of the body silhouette line. And you're pretty close here. I think you might be just a little deep with that one, but it's fine. So right, this is coming in and doing that. Here. All right. So this is something that people blow all the time. And they do it here in art or in like these intersections, any bend intersection. Just be very careful. You want these to think of what your anatomy, right? This is coming down and this is coming down. That is, you know, a hard intersection because there's meat right there. Now there's usually big wrinkles here, but make sure those wrinkles come outside the body silhouette line instead of cutting things into the body silhouette line because that's all meat and muscle. You can't cut into it. So I would say you're really darn close there. I probably would have just made that slightly out instead of going in that far because, like I said, it looks like you're okay. It's just that just gets deep in there, and that, right? I'd say your only issue might be right there, but I mean, it looks good. here again. Just make sure these, and this is where I use clay buildup instead of cutting tools. And when I say cutting tools, I mean like V-shaped tools, DM standard and chisel and all of those. Come on. So when you think of intersection wrinkles, like I said, like elbow joints, knees, back of the neck, heels, I don't like to cut shapes in. I don't like to get a tool and cut shapes in. So when you come to areas like this, you know, one, it's not going to be soft because it is an intersection, right? So this is where I'll always use my clay tubes, and I just use the edges of my clay tubes to give me, you know, these intersection lines, because these are created when two pieces of meat are bunching up against one another, right? So you'll never get, right, you won't get the hollow areas. These are actually, there's more meat being built up in these areas because of the meat pinching. So it's a very common issue. Right, it's not going to be hollow. These are things, this is, the meat's built, whoa. The meat's puckering here because you're pinching, not cutting in. So often you'll get the hump instead of the scoop. And see how that changes the silhouette of that leg pretty dramatically. So just be careful about cutting into your body. This is curved wrong because this is this muscle that then comes down and in front of the knee, right? That's one of these guys right here. So that doesn't, it doesn't get soft. That's pretty, you know, this is kind of doing this, that's kind of doing this, and it leads into these two guys. That's what comes in, and, you know, that's happening. So look at this muscle again, because I think you started scooping it out when you bent it, or it pinched like you were in an A pose, and then you bent it and it puckered there. And that pucker, instead of, right, because this is coming out here. So think about this muscle again, because that's a slightly weird thing going on there. Okay. That's a good pinch. Now, it's like your hips and everything are in the right place, But your rib cage and your abdominal muscles get a little strange here. I think that this is, even if it's muscular, I think that this is a slightly softer intersection here. This is sort of cutting. This sort of does this shape. So you don't get that, it's just not that scoopy extreme. And your abdominal muscles are, you know, sort of a wider. Right, you're not going to get this coming all the way through like that. There is you know, you might get a wrinkle there from her bending back, but it's not going to be a complete torso division there. And it's not bad. Congratulations. It's still just reading as a straight line there. Your rib cage. So yeah, relook at your rib cage area, because I think what you've done by making this so extreme is it just creates this line that divides the torso right here. And then your abdominal package, you ran right up the middle here. And then everything else was scooped out. Remember, these are big, long muscles. So don't be afraid to come in and get your general shape of your abdominal wall. And and how that interacts with the rib cage. I'd say just go back and I know this is anime, you know, so it's a characterized or caricaturized, but getting this sort of, and I know what you're going for. You have the rib cage, and then there's that scoop, and then it's the beginning of the hip muscle and your hip bone. But this scoop, that's just, it's a little emaciated for her, I think. Especially, I mean, she has some pretty nice sized hips. The hips would go out as well as, right, you know, I mean, I think that, oops. And this might be just a quick look at an anatomy too, where you kind of get where this pelvic area is happening. Because there's a lot more meat, especially if she's leaning back. You're not just going to have these big scoops. Mm. The breasts are okay. The face is looking good. So you're doing a pretty darn good job here in the hair. Just be really careful and don't get lazy. Don't. This is my biggest pet peeve in the world with hair. And with as much hair as you have going on, you're not just hammering it. So you actually did a very good job. But see this right here? So this is going actually through this shape and then coming out here. Just make sure, take the time and make sure that like where this intersection is happening, that hair goes down and goes under and that one goes there and there. Don't just have things crossing into each other like you do right here, because that will blow your hair in like half a second. Because you're just like, well, wait a minute, those are going through each other and they're not going over, under, or around each other. And for as much hair as you have here, you're actually doing a great job with it. Like I said, there's just that one little place, like right here. You know, it's simple enough just to get that ridge up. So those are going under instead of through. You can see right here. Honestly, I mean, that's, you know, they're just a couple little places. And that's good hair discipline, because most people don't pay any attention to that. And it's just a cluster, but you did a very good job here. So the silhouette pose is nice. Just love. Always, I think the body proportions are always just wonderful. It's like, that's your top leg, that's your lower leg. I love that fashion model. It's all in the lower leg length. Yeah, I would say just look at anatomy, because that's just, it's a little odd. Even for a stylized character, it's a little odd. Arms up, back, from side. You see, it's not just scooping. There's meat in there. Those back muscles don't turn into scoops. And when they're leaning back, it's actually those muscles are even more, right? You know, these are engaging to lean you back. So you're not getting a scoop there like that. See what I mean? It's not just that flagrant scoop. And I know that her body figure is, you know, her structure is obviously stylized. But, you know, your breast is here. This is the crest of the rib. And your rib cage, your abdominal, your hip, right? This isn't just a straight line, especially, you know. So just go back and touch up on a little and figure out where that is. But it's close. I mean, you know, it's good. It's a lovely model. Yeah, just go in, find a good image of a woman in this position, and make sure you wrap your head around the anatomy. 2 thumbs up.
Whoop whoop.
Boop, boop. Who's next?
Up next is LOL. Legacies, that big robot.
Who's that? Yeah. I assume this is cloth covering. When you're blocking up and doing your model, you know, doing things symmetrically is fine. But with fabric, and you've changed it a little, you know, they're not exactly the same, but it's very clear that you did these in symmetry and then futz with them a little. With fabric, you got to be, the chances of fabric folding and being that consistent on both sides is pretty rare, right? So just make sure that you break it up enough that it doesn't look like it was done in symmetry and then just fuddled with. But that being said, it's very nice. I still think, especially with like these and some of this, I think you're still getting a little, well, what you're having is the surface tension is breaking down. Very rarely, especially on something that's stretched over another surface, are you going to wind up with what I always call sort of like the worm texture, where it's sort of it's folding up on itself. You know, these are going to be under tension, right? You know, if that's pinching, this wrinkle is starting where the bend is. It's just how fabric works. You know, this isn't a big enough curve for the curve to be the start of the wrinkle. And wrinkles come when you have surface tension, and the surface tension, you know, the how would you explain it? So wrinkle starts where, as the fabric is moving to lay flat, there is surface tension, and that prevents it from moving flat. And that point where the fabric breaks is just where the surface tension of the fabric falls because it can no longer support itself, or it's going around a surface where that is the point that the tension breaks and stops. So very rarely are you going to have something like, and like this is a lovely wrinkle, right? It's going up and over this guy, makes sense where it is, looks good. Only problem is that what that's going to go to wherever the nearest surface break is, and that's going to be probably right about there. And I'm going to just do this big and weird knot. These are individual skins that aren't stitched together. Are these from Marvelous? Well, whatever. So, you know, the fabric's coming down. It hits the corner where it's tense, and now it's going to start there. And then, you know, you can have your build up. That could even go to another place where that surface tension is getting spread out. Right. But see how that makes more sense just because it has a place to start. Right. Now, this one isn't, probably wouldn't go all the way up, right? You know, you probably got tension there, and that's where that fabric breaks. But you have to be careful about getting things too lumpy. Fabric is still, you know, it's going to break and then it's going to break. It's very rarely going to chatter. That's not, I mean, like they're parachute materials, and because of how things are stitched, those loose can have it. It's a lot more about stitching that causes this kind of seam chatter, right? Once again, fabric and muscles are very similar in the sense of they have an origin, and you know, all of these wrinkles are coming from up here, or it's baggy and they're going from wherever the last place it's touching, from where, right, this is the last place it's touching wherever it is, and because there's bagging, you're getting texture in here where it's scooping in. That was not a very good verbal description. Well, here, this is a good example. This is obviously under tension, right? It's going around this. This is up off the surface of it. Right? So your fabric, you want to think of it sort of in, like I was saying, in straight lines. Where's the tension? Come on. What's happening? It's going to do that. And then, yeah, it's going to do that. And then maybe do that. But, you know, fabric is very Mandelbrot-y. It's very much a statement, and then it breaks down, then it breaks down. So, you know, you can have a big piece of fabric that has this wrinkle in it, But then you can come over here, and as this goes down, it has that wrinkle in it there, and it has that wrinkle there. So fabric, surface tension breaks, and it makes a wrinkle. The thickness of the material, how it's under tension, does it have stretchiness to it, blah, 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 blah. All have very different characters. But if you're thinking about it as, okay, it's coming over that, that one's coming over that, you know, that's doing that, that's doing that. Okay, you might have a scoop here, you have a tension scoop there, have a tension scoop here because it's going over this edge. So you just have to wrap your head around what is the wrinkle doing. And since, especially on something like this, where this is under tension, but then it turns into this unstructured floppy garbage bag on the front. It's probably not going to be this loose and lumpy up here, right? So you'll probably have, you know, but these are going to be tight and kind of go around. Let me see if I can clean this up just. And and these can break, but they're not going to get sloppy or lumpy. There's always going to be weight on those curves. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm sort of tired, so my verbosity is pretty low. You're like, that was a nap.
It's only 11.
I know.
Oh, man.
Hey, I had a long day. And then I had to deal with, well, who knows who watches my stream. Can't say that.
On Sunday, I was stuck in the airport for about 8 hours. We took off and got about 45 minutes away, and then they announced, we're sorry, the front hatch door is refusing to close, so we can't pull in our landing gear. We're going to have to turn around. So we fly all the way back to the airport, and every like 20, and they make us get off the airplane with all of our stuff and everything, and every 20 minutes they're like, their mechanics are trying to fix it. It should be ready any minute. 8 hours later, they bring in a new plane and take us home.
Well, yeah. But I mean, that's not like going to the airplane, getting on the airplane, and then having the flight crew come out and go, well, we're taking this car. I mean, that happens. My trauma was slightly different.
I'm just saying, I'm not comparing our trauma.
You kind of are. I feel you kind of
Okay,
make me
well,
feel
maybe
bad.
I am. I'm trying to tell you I also feel bad.
All right. I can roll with that. But do you see how these have a little bit more tension to them as opposed to what I call sort of the wormy texture? Here, let's get this out. Yeah. Right, they're not going to get lumpy this way unless they're touching something or it's leaning on something, and then it comes up and the fabric breaks and then you get those little dents. But if it's hanging off, and this is under tension, right, because this is draping back and around off of this looks pretty tight. So you're going to get, you know, probably a handful of tension spots, you know, where those are coming back, but you're not going to get things that are doing sort of that wiggle. They're going to be nice, tight from a point. Where's the tension going? I mean, fabric's simple to think about. It's trickier to. Can you turn off the cloth folder to see what's underneath it?
It said you can, not can you.
Oh, I'm like, well, yes, see, it seems we can. Um, as far as the shapes and stuff go, they're pretty fun. I would be careful about things like this. Right? You have this, and then you hit a seam. No engineer in the world's going to do that. They'll yell at you. You know, if you're going to have nurbles, make sure that they kind of make sense. Just so you don't wind up with weird intersections that don't make sense, right? This coming in, I kind of feel like this might be just too big for this area because this comes in and sort of takes over this area where if that were just you know, maybe that came in and you know, this was a bigger intersection connection piece. I mean, just think about machinery, right? You know, you're not going to get machinery that has weird crossovers. They're not going to be, okay. There's some antique machinery that's very weird, but that's not what we're talking about here. Right? Just what is this hatch doing? You know, what is this tube doing? You know, that's a pretty extreme corner on a tube of something that, you know, is potentially flying through space. You know, it's a weird kink in the tube. You know, that would be streamlined, you know. So think about streamlining, thinking about what's happening. Like here, this intersection is just a little bizarre. You know, you have this circle thing here, but that it's just in this. So, you know, is it something where you do something like that? And now that's a straight line or something like that. But don't, where things intersect should make sense or mechanically make sense. Doesn't matter if it's real, it just needs to feel as if it were designed to do what it's doing. I'm coming with some really good ones tonight, aren't I? It should be sculpted as if it were sculpted. But this intersection just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, okay, those are all touching. I'm a big sci-fi lover, but I'm kind of a hard sci-fi lover. You know, I kind of like science. I would just say, I guess where this is really just coming down to is don't be lazy. No, it won't do that if it's masked, will it? Never works. And I know this is a low res. I think you'll kind of get the idea. You know, however you make the intersections happen, just make sure that if they are intersecting, it makes sense why and where. Yeah, but other than that, it looks fun. Is that jumping spider vibe? Spider. All right. Oh my goodness, I haven't been looking up. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very important desk accoutrement. No, it looks great. I would just say take that extra time and make sure that your knurlies make sense where you put them, and make sure you are intersecting. And when you are, it is as if it were machinery. You know, just think about how they're going together. Okay. Any questions on that? Right on, right on. Looks great.
Cheers. Ready for the next one?
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to download. do you have another model? A female warrior?
Yeah, we have female warrior.
Okay. Okay.
I think.
This is old Riz.
Right.
I think Riz said something earlier. Oh yeah, the scale is messed up, and he can't figure it out. I don't know what that means. The scale is messed up.
Well, I mean, she's like 5 head lengths tall. That
Well, he said, don't know why it went so tiny after merge visible. So I think he means actual scale.
Hmm.
But it seemed like there was a piece of the subtool that's microscopic and fairly far away, because when you hit frame, she jumped to the top of the screen.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. Right. But yeah, look, hold on. So she's here. Frame. Look, she's way over here at this scale. So you just have stuff that is all over the place. I'm guessing if we do this. Boom.
I'm going to drag us into public Discord chat.
Oh, we haven't been in public?
No.
Oh. W.
Hello.
Hey.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah. Did you change your Discord name?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
God,
Oh, yeah.
people like to screw with me.
I get bored easily.
That's what I'm looking.
So this model is supposed to be 28-32 millimeter scale.
Mm-hmm.
And it is that in my original file. But when I merge visible, it somehow just messes up the scale and it's got really messed up. And you can see there, like, the
Well, it's
X
because you have
values.
this thing right here. Let's go frame. This model right here, or this piece, was sitting way out on the other side of the world. Because see, now when I hit her, we go frame, and she should come to the center of the.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
No. Oh yeah, there she. Thank you. Okay. Frame. Okay. So now that's going to help us a lot. Now we need to sliders subtool. Well, she's standing 39 mil at the moment. That's okay.
Okay, cool.
What did you say she's supposed to be?
Like 32, 28, around that.
Enter.
Wait, it's 32 to the eyes, so
Oh, okay.
I think it's about right.
So 30. Okay. Slider subtool 39. So something is up with your pixelation. What's that about? Was that on the model before?
No.
It looks neat.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that was intentional.
Yeah, I was trying to do pixel art. It's 8-bit sculpting, man. Ooh, nicely.
What size is she in the geometry tab?
That's absolutely weirdo. She,
I mean, I'm gonna try and find that. Well, it's too late. Too late, I suppose, to re-upload. But
39 mil. She said.
I don't know why she's glitched like that because it doesn't look like that on mine.
Load
Even
tool.
the resized one. I think it's definitely something to do with the scale. There was an issue with this the other day. If you're in perspective mode
Well,
and the model is too small, then it will create artifacts as well.
well, why it's too small is because see this little dot over here? That's your model. And you have something just out here in space.
Right.
Right? Because if we go frame, so whatever you have going on is over here. Split hidden. And it's this piece, whatever this thing is.
Right.
So now if we go W, center of the world, frame.
Oh, no piece.
All right, so before I do that,
Oh, you might want to clear the mask. Or remember, there's a mask on it. That's why that helps.
home, there we go. Turn paint off. There you go. He's not pixelated.
Cool.
Yeah, so what happened is you had one thing on the same subtool that was halfway across the universe.
Right. Sorry
And,
about that.
and it's viewing that as one subtool. That's why it's like, oh, you're way over 100 millimeters, right? Because you were probably 4,000 millimeters because some part was just where, but it's viewing that as one tool or one subtool. So
Yeah, I was
that's
wondering when. Sorry.
what's that?
I was wondering why the X was on 6,000 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, because you had just something out in BFE somewhere doing something. That buckler or whatever it is, this thing. Hello?
Hi. Sorry, let me put.
Oh, no, no, I was just making sure that it wasn't someone else. I don't care.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
I'll put it on mute while I'm not talking.
no skin off my back. All right, so we're going to go center of the object. And now if we go frame, you have this piece right here that is a buckler or shoulder belt or at home. Frame. Whatever that. Okay, so there we go. That was our problem. Sliders the subtool. 38 mil. Okay. I mean, obviously, you need to thicken things up.
Yeah, it's super work in progress right now.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get your overall thoughts, maybe on the anatomy or whatever.
Well, is she supposed to be a dwarf?
No, she's I just did it like that because it's 32 mil, so she's not 7 head height. She's
Yeah.
yeah, 5 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah, she's 6-ish. The only problem with, so I mean, I obviously understand the concept of making the heads bigger.
Yeah.
But you often want to keep the sort of body strategy similar. You know what I mean? To the heads can be bigger, but it's usually just where here you have a very short, wide body with a big head, and it's just very, the proportions are very childish. I mean, not the sculpt is childish. It's very proportions of a child. Let's get
Right.
And with her being like I understand the response. You know, okay, well, she's going to be this big. Let's make her this. Da da da. Oh, we'll make her a little bigger because we'll get the detail out of the blah blah blah. I just think you're just sitting slightly at. Yeah, I think it's purely the hips too. I think her hips are just so wide that it makes her look like a child.
Right. Yeah, she is very stylized in that regard.
And you know, once again, I mean, like stylized things are pure taste. You know, it's just it is. Um,
ZBrush. I think you can isolate the body.
I just want to isolate this leg. No. All right, so put hidden. Mirror and weld. Really? Oh, local symmetry. Yeah, we're gonna go you. Bet.
I think it's probably the hips, yeah, because I put some other miniatures sort of next to her as reference, just like, but yeah, definitely on hips are too wide.
Yeah, I
I can
think
see that
the.
already looks better now.
Where's my. right? I mean, I just think that,
Yeah, it looks much better now.
yeah, I think the thighs are just too big. Unless you want her to be a dwarf, right? It just, because that pushes that width thing. And, you know, it's not, it's just purely, you know, what our eyes are expecting to see, you know, proportionally speaking. Or if she were a centaur, you know, it's just be some really big thighs.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I can sort of imagine the centaur body behind her now that you said that.
Right? Yeah, I think it's the thighs that are the problem there. Because, you know, I mean, having the inflated head for the smaller miniatures is, you know, expected. So that's not, that wasn't it. It was, and she was 6 head lengths, and I was like, oh my God, I thought she was like 5 head lengths tall. So I'd say it's that lower half width for sure. And as far as the armor and stuff goes, I mean, you're still real low res, right? But I like where you're going with the hammering and scratching. Are these is this style or is this battle damage?
Battle damage.
Okay, don't do it symmetrically.
Oh yeah. So no, I haven't. I've since I've sent you that file, I've unsymmetricalized it, if that's even a word.
So one of the ways that I found to, especially like with armor and things like that, where you know, it's just a lot easier to sculpt it in symmetry, you know.
Yeah.
If you put twice as many stuff on the parts and then you have the plain one saved at a history state, I find that just going back through and erasing half of them on one side and the other half on the other side, just using that history brush and swiping away the damage on one side, not the other, you know, I find that works really well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a good idea. I never thought to use the history brush.
Yeah, I'm history brush whore. Love it. Everything I do is about the history brush. I'm a history brush user. I think I use history brush almost every time I sculpt, don't I, Henry?
You really do.
I really, really do. No, honestly, I think that's the only thing that was driving me nuts. I think when people are like, well, Tomas, now you're just being a fattest. I'm like, no, I ain't got nothing to do with me disliking fat people. I'm just saying that she had a hot and tot Venus body. There's a big old shelf butt going on there. Look at that.
Big.
No, I mean, you're definitely getting there. You know, the details and stuff are coming along. It has a nice texture, you know. I just think that her hips were way out there. Because I have no problems with that proportion now.
Is it possible you could just quickly look at the anatomy of the face or the body itself?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
oh wait, does it have? If I merge it, does it not keep subdivisions? I might have exported it without subdivisions. Never mind.
If all the pieces had the same level of subdivision when you merge them, you can use reconstruct subdivisions to bring them back.
But if they do not have the same level of subdivision.
Yeah, you can usually bring back the subdivisions to the level of whichever one had the lowest number of subdivisions.
Right.
Or if any of them didn't have perfect geometry to begin with, then you can't get back subdivisions on anything.
Yeah, no. I guess. I hate when I change my mask and then I forget to change my mask back to a useful mask. Cool. Come on. I forgot that. There we go. Let me just think it. Those hips and thighs are after I shrank them. Like that's not the original. Baby got back and front and side. You know, as usual, your block anatomy's good, you know. I mean, I'm assuming those are separate pieces.
Yeah, the head isn't attached yet.
Yeah. So I'm not worried about this being odd because it's not there yet. It's funny, it's like I think I used to look like that when I raced bicycles. My mom has a picture of me taking my shirt off on the podium, you know, and I'm dead fish white. My arms and torso is like this big, and I have huge frog legs. It's super fun. Hands are good. I mean, the anatomy's fine. I mean, the face has nice, clean features. They're going to show. You know, your nose is chiseled. Everything's deep enough that it's going to hold. He's cross-eyed, but
I can never do eyes. I'm not yet. Not there yet.
What's fascinating, I was reading something, and eyes normally have, can't remember if it was a 3 or 5 degree away from one another. Like, you know, that you're not looking straight on. There's like a 3 degree off either side. was like, no, that's interesting. Because getting your pupils right is tricky. No, I'd say definitely worth keep going. You know what I mean? Because,
Okay.
you know, your anatomy is good. It's just purely, I think, that the stylization just got,
Carried away.
yeah, it's just, it's asking the mind to, so, you know, we see different proportions every day, right? You know, our heads get smaller as we grow up. You know, we bend over as we get old. You know, there are definite age identifiers that are tied to silhouette.
Right.
And I think that it's just very difficult to break those patterns of recognition, if that makes sense. You know, if you're wearing a wedding dress in public, you assume it's a bride, you know. And if it looks like it's 5 head lengths tall, it's either a dwarf or a child, you know.
Okay.
And so I just think that the proportions were just enough. And what's funny, it's purely the hips. Well, it's the hips and torso length, right?
So I could keep this model and just shorten her and turn her into a dwarf, I suppose.
Yeah, no, without a question. Because I mean, right now, you know, your torso, you know, you're looking at 8 head lengths tall, right? 1, 4 to the crotch to heel. So I mean, it's not like the proportions are off horribly or anything like that. I think it's just purely just X. Facing up, not in the side. Nope.
Yeah, I'm weird. I have a big, like, I have quite a lot of other models in that scene, so some other base meshes I'm working on.
And like I said, you know, it's not like it's horrible. You know, it's just, especially with the armor.
Yeah, something was really bugging me about the leg width with the armor. It just looked a little bit stumpy.
Yeah.
It looks worse when the armor is on.
You know, because this, like, you know, this is a nice silhouette. There's nothing. I mean, that's normal, you know.
Okay.
I mean, it's a exaggerated silhouette, but I mean, that's not an abnormal silhouette. I mean, it's wide from the side, but I mean, that's just style. That's not an issue. Um, I get rid of. Come on. Or I think the other thing that's kind of odd about it is that the hip plate, right? The hip armor wants to go over thigh armor, right? Think about why it's there. You know, it's actually to protect that seam between the groin and the thigh. So I feel like the hip armor is also really small compared to what its function should be in that model. And that makes, because see what's happening, right? You have this big scoop right here. So you're looking up. All of this armor is pretty in the same and right place, right? But these are sticking really wide out. And then these are just like minuscule. Where normally, if you're going, especially in armor, if you're going to have armor that has these on it, usually they come sort of the mid-thigh.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean.
Right, because they're going over that hip joint. And right now, those aren't doing a lot for protection. So I think that has something to do with what's weird about that silhouette as well.
Okay.
Mm. No, I like it. I mean, I think it's, I and like I said, even without the armor, it looks 100% better. It's just that, see, that's the line of the thigh armor makes her shorter. You know what I mean? You have this big cutting line down her height, right? So there's nothing lengthening those legs. Everything's shortening. And so I think that even if you just the line. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm. Really. Mm-mm. Dynamic thickness. Move topological. Right, so if come on. No, because subtool. And I mean, you can see here, I'm not even really removing much thickness from the silhouette. But see how that lengthens her out some?
Yeah.
Because you no longer have this dividing out. This is all kind of coming down, and you're getting sort of that silhouette. So
It actually looks like a kind of samurai skirt or something.
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
you know, the armor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Looks pretty good. Well, it looks better than what I did.
Yeah, I just think that those things need to either find a function or just become the ridge, you know, where it's more the extension of the breastplate.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I like that idea better.
yeah, where it's more, it's one of these. Come on. Is it hidden?
That's the bend curve.
Yeah. I like bend curve. I lose okay. You know, so at least that way now, when you had these guys strapped on and down, that can be more like a pantaloon or something as opposed to I know right now wearing one of those ski belts. You know, the big safety belt that you used to wear instead of ski jacket, or instead of floaty jackets, they just give you this belt. Oh,
I definitely get some more reference of that, like sized and type of armor.
Yeah. So I think that by trying to put the 3 fins in above the thigh plate, you made the thighs look very short, which once again led to that sort of child silhouette.
Right.
But you can see, I mean, I didn't even knock much off of her hips at this point. You know what I mean? Those are her original hips, except I just trimmed just a touch off the top of them. And just by lengthening those legs, by changing where that armor line is, I think that really made a substantial difference. Or you just make the legs a touch thinner too. I mean, at this point, that's just six dozen one way, half dozen the other. 6 one way, half dozen the other. Yeah, I'm very tired. Nope, I love it. I think it's looking good.
Thank you again, as always.
Of course. Thank you for participating.
No worries. I'll try and get an updated one in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, awesome. I look forward to it.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Whoop, whoop. So you've got one more model, but before we get to it, will you show your sort of workflow from block up to how you get to 80 million polys and why that's important?
Sure. But first, I'm going to go
water?
get some water. Yeah.
Okay.
I would be right back. Let me fill up my big man baby bottle. I can't remember who called it the man baby bottle, but it was a man baby bottle. I have 3 of them, and I drink 3 of these a day. Yay, water. All right, be right back. Oh. toasty. All right. There we go. Okay. How and why do I do subtools or low poly build out subdivision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't get too deep in the weeds.
No, no, no. Okay. So let's say we're going to make, she has a pet snake. All right. So I'm going to come in. I'm going to append a star. I almost always start with stars, only because it's not something I really sculpt with a lot. So when it's in my subtools, I know that is, I'm about to start something new there. We go there, go W. We go rectangle, polycube. We look at it, we have to make sure that it's one cube, right? I don't have any, oh, let's make sure. It really smells like something's burning.
You might want to investigate that. That seems important.
I really think that it's this lamp. I think there's just dust and pollen in the air. And that lamp gets so hot it actually burns it off. One second.
Let me go smell my lamp. Hold on, chat. I need to smell my lamp.
Sorry, I gotta go smell my lamp or maybe my fan. I'll be right back.
Or maybe it's an aneurysm. Who knows?
I think it might be my lamp. Nice. Yeah, I'm having a brain tumor. That's probably not out of the question. So I go down to one block. If I know that, let's say we're doing a person, so I know that I'm going to have limbs and things like that, I might put one line in, and then that way I can do symmetrical. So I can go on both sides. But right now we're just making snake. Everybody's at 0. I'm down here. Kind of get in my area. I want it to be about that thick. I go to Z Modeler. Hold on, let's get this up here so we can see it. And I want the snake to be the same height as her. There we go. Snake. We're now going to go here. I'm going to drag this out. And then I'm just going to come by and tap that until I have the same amount. And then the head, we're going to make it a little bigger. All right, look at that. Woo, look at us go. So now We're going to go W. Center. Throw it in the center of the world. I'm going to go Z Modeler. I'm going to come over here. And I am going to go move by points. Going to come over and go infinite X, Y, Z. And snakehead. And I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to go W. I'm going to go taper. I'm going to make my snake tail smaller than my snake head. Woohoo, look at that. And as you can see, it tapered both directions. Except. All right. I am now. See, it depends. You can sculpt in pose or not. Right now, I'm not going to deal with it because this is why we do this. So now we have what? 80 polygons. I am now going to divide this up. Divide, 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 divide. Ooh. What's going on there? Uncrease all. All right. Somehow I crease something. All right. Going to divide. Divide. And so you can see I can get up to 60 million polys with this subdivision scheme. If you get it smaller, you can get extra subdivisions in. But you can see I have 11 subdivisions. And I'm at 60 million polys. Yeah, this is just a fast snake. Okay. So you ask, why in the world would you ever want to do this way? Oh my God, Tomasz, you can't smooth when you have that many subdivisions. You can't control your mesh. You can't make a clean model. Blah, blah, blah. I've heard it for decades. Yes, I can. But this allows me to sculpt in symmetry. You can't see the top of my screen?
That's on their end because I can see your whole screen.
Okay. And now go to clay tubes. I come in here. And honestly, I probably wouldn't start sculpting at 60 million polys. I'd probably lower this down a little. Turn symmetry on. And I'm just going to come in and quickly jam snake. And you're like, oh, look, Tomasz, you can't smooth out your snake because you have so many polygons. $80 gigs. Don't talk smack about my RAM. Okay. So we start refining our shapes. I don't know any comments on my crappy snake sculpture, guys.
This subtool only has 3 million polys, right? I'm reading that right?
Right now, I'm only sculpting at 3 million right now.
Okay.
So when you're doing your sculptural block up with clay tubes, if we'll get the higher res in a minute, trust me. If you're doing this sculpting, this round of sculpting at the 60 or 80 million, this 60 million, what'll start to happen is you can start to get where the edges start to, as it inflates, it gets weird pixelating. So, and that's why, see like this, these wrinkles here, as I keep going over them, if you are at the higher resolution, the inflate can start to get you sort of odd artifacting. So that's why when I'm doing my initial sculptural block up, I tend to do it in the 3 to 5 million range.
I want to read you what Joe Max just wrote.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Good luck smoothing,"
Hmm.
and I want him
no,
or her to know I see that because it's coming.
and that's exactly it. So I'm making a lot of lumps, right? And then I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to take this, and I'm going to do my initial scale.
All that detail, Tomas. Don't you need to pose it?
No. In fact, I don't. Just see, I'm making my detail get smaller. Oh, look at all that detail control. So now we're going to finish our scale layout. Goodness, look at all this detail. And then we're going to go along the bottom. And we're going to put in our snake detail here. Look at all this amazing snake detail. God, I should make money off this.
This is the best snake I've seen in the past 20 minutes or so. I'm quite impressed.
Pretty darn awesome stuff here. Okay. Whoa, look at all this snake detail. Okay, so now I got my sculptural block up here, right? Now I can actually start sculpting. So now we're going to come in and I'm going to start thinking about sculpting. So I am going to kick this up to my higher res. Come on. And turn my Z intensity down. The higher the resolution your model, the lower the Z intensity you need in your brushes. And I'm going to spend my time and energy doing very subtle buildup. We don't need to save this. I guess we're saving it. Oh no, it's just saving. I have like 15 models opened up, so it takes a second to save. And here's where you start to do your subtle sculpting. But I did a bunch of this rough sculpting, and someone made the comment, oh goodness, how are you going to smooth this out? Well, that's what we have subdivision levels. I'm just going to lower my subdivision level. And I'm going to lower my subdivisions down to here. And I'm just going to quickly do a quick scrub. And as you can see, I'm being very light because I'm relaxing this mesh. I don't really consider this smoothing. I consider this relaxing the mesh. I'm getting rid of the humps. I am homogenizing the surface. Okay. High res. I'm going to come back in. Move my surface. Now I'm being very aggressive here, obviously. Because I'm shaping at the same time. And res. And see what's nice is as we come up in our resolution, I can now come in here and smooth the surface stuff off without completely changing my mesh, right? So now I am no longer relaxing my mesh. I am now smoothing. This is now about getting the little lines off the surface. The last few subdivisions were about getting the mesh where I want it. Now I can come in and smooth and not worry about, while I'm smoothing, I'm going to mangle my mesh. I always use smooth stronger. I don't use the standard smooth ever. And so we come in. So now we're at 60 million polys again. So we have this. Now, so at this point, I can at any time in the process lower my resolution, smooth, come back up, and just depending on where you start your smoothing, you can either change the shape pretty dramatically or not change the shape at all. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to say, okay. Now we're going to come in and make snake details. All right, so we're coming in here. We're doing all the snake detail. Look at us, we're snake detailing away. I spent all this time doing really minute detail. Now, where is... one second. Okay. And so at the super high res, I come in and I put in just a mind-bending amount of tiny, sharp detail. And you're like, but Tomas, this isn't posed.
I need you to pose it, but you put all that detail on it. You're going to ruin it.
You're going to ruin
I'm
it.
so frustrated with you. You're going to ruin it.
You're a ruiner.
You're a ruiner. A ruin artist.
You're a ruiner. It's horrible. You're just like Aztecs and Egyptians. Ruin art. They find all the art in the ruins. And just this meticulous detail. Goodness gracious. Who spends this much time on a model? Now I want you guys to notice that this is one of Pablo's brushes. Part of his clay pack. And since I'm Pablo tonight, I pimp for my brushes. Geez, Tomas, you put detail everywhere. It's crazy. Where do you sprue to? That's a good. Holy Hannah, look at all that detail. All right, so we have this very high model. And we have bunches and bunches of subdivision levels. The more subdivision levels you have, the more separation you have between each, and I'm going to call them reprojection states because it is reprojecting to the last thingy-mabob. So, what do? Boss, you want to pose this. I'm going to turn our little lady on. I am going to take my model and I'm going. Now we know that. I was going to say these are roughly square, but they're roughly rectangles. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab bend curve. Oh, we can't use those tools. I forgot. I always do that. Get so excited. And I know better. Can't use those tools with multiple subdivision tools. And yes, technically we could reproject and you can go through all that. Not in the mood to go through any of that right now. So we are going to go move. And I'm going to grab, let's see, right? We're going to go infinite depth Z. I'm going to make my brush a little bigger. No, it's a shame you just, I'll show you in a minute. Literally, I just showed you how to do that. I'm going to make my brush fairly large. And now, turn symmetry up. I'm going to kind of get the feel here. Now, the only thing I'm trying to remember is I want to keep my rectangles even at this level, right? We just want to make sure that we're not stretching anything out where one is really, really long and one is really, really low. It's in now. Come over here. W. And turn on transparency so we can see what's going on. And we're going to go move infinite depth X. And we're going to drag. We're going to drag out like that out. That. All right. So you can see these are sort of stretching out, so that means bring the tail up. We're just trying to keep those blocks consistent. And that's why at this level, using a big brush, doing big moves is much better off. You can see right here, we're starting to stretch out. Need to turn infinite Z on. You just want everybody staying as it was. Now, all right. So we have now posed our snake. And we try to keep everyone roughly the same size. Okay. Spread some of those down. Because these got a little bent out. What happened there? Oh. I just had infinite X on and I pinched my mesh there. That's why that got weird. All right, so we now took our block out and we posed our little snake. Okay, there we go. Now you're like, well, Tomas, you spent all that time sculpting and you just posed it. It's going to be a rat nest. Yeah. Because I have 11 subdivisions. So now I'm going to high res. Why is this not? Oh, it is. All right. Higher res. And I'm at this point, so I can come back and just double check to make sure that everybody is roughly where it used to be. Make sure our little pose is sort of what's happening. You can say, oh, well, I obviously distorted the face. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. It's just because when I bent the head, I wasn't being careful. But you can see you can just come back down here and figure out where it was. Put it back where it was. And You can see I wasn't being super careful on the nose, so I mangled his face a little in that bend. But you can just lower res. You need higher res. Okay, you can see where this got unsymmetrical. You can see something went weird with that geometry right there. I'm just going to knock it back. Red. Red. So I did officially make the face. High res. High res. So now we're back here. And as you can see, there is a little bit of stretching, but I could have prevented even more of that if I had just divided it once. And then we had a little bit more geometry to work about going around the corners and stuff. But as you see, our geometry actually stayed there. Look at all the surface detail we still have, right? I mean, that chatter, that noise, that surface noise is part of the original model. So you can see that I haven't lost any detail. And as long as you're careful about keeping those squares the same size, well, there you go. I mean, what more do you need?
I need no more.
Now, someone asked about, oh, look, we have this super high model. And Tomas, how do you get rid of bumps? You have to save your subdivision levels. Because as you can see, I have smooth stronger and I'm trying to smooth this out. And I will never be able to get this smooth because this is 60 million polys and I'm using smooth stronger. Oh, it'll never happen. Lower my resolution. I've lowered it down to where my smooth stronger is going to allow me to relax my mesh. And I'm just paying attention to make sure there are no lumps, bumps, humps. Now here's a prime example. Let's say I actually want to keep these eyeball shapes. Well, this is probably too low a resolution. So I'm going to go up one more. And you can see as I do this, it's not aggressing the mesh nearly as much, but it's still allowing me to get rid of this detail and come in with smooth stronger. And I'm relaxing this mesh where those bumps are not there. Right. You can see that it's trying to reproject what was on the last resolution in the quad. it just takes it quad by quad and reprojects. And now you can see we're out of the relaxing mode and we are far more into the smoothing mode. I read. And there it is. Like, oh, Tomas, there's still so many lumps on that. Oh, res. And so like we can even come in here and let's say we take these guys right here. I want this to be a flat surface. I'm going to take planar. Let's take trim front. Oh,
All right, I think you're getting pretty deep in the weeds.
nope. Flat.
As I have a different related question I'd like you to pivot to.
And I'm going all the way up to my high res. Okay, what's
Go back all the way up to your highest subdivision.
that's where we're at.
Delete your lower subdivisions. So we're now pretending we started with a Dynamesh. You know, we're new to ZBrush. This is a question a little lady asked. We're new to ZBrush. We started with a Dynamesh. I got through sculpting this whole thing, and I need to smooth it. Which, if you delete your lower subdivisions, that's basically the same situation you're in.
Okay. We don't need 60 minute poly.
No.
Delete higher. Delete lower. Okay, so now I'm at a 4 million poly mesh. And how would you smooth this out? Without reconstructing subdivision levels?
You started with a Dynamesh, so you don't have that option.
Oh, do you want me to Z-remesh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You
I'm
know,
like,
the thing you taught me. Don't make me teach you.
Well, no. I was just like, I wasn't sure where we were going with that, where we were going to reconstruct. Okay. So you have this mesh, 3 million polys. You can come in here and see, I can sit here and smooth this all day, and I'll never be able to smooth. Simple enough. We're going to come here, and we are going to duplicate. Duplicate. You have to say duplicate, or it doesn't work. It's a very tricky part of the verbal controls of ZBrush. And now we go to the second one. And why you want to get a habit of going to the second one is because the second one doesn't have all your undo histories in it. And you may want those. So go to the second one. And we go to Z-remesher. And I normally start with adaptive on. So I'm going to go Z-remesh. And it is going to look at this, and it's going to look at the geometry, and it's go, how much geometry do I need to remesh this and roughly keep the detail? So So earlier, when I was doing something, someone was like, oh, when he did it at 50 million, it said it went down to 172. Are they just making things up? How are they seeing what my RAM is?
The top left of ZBrush, doesn't it show RAM?
Oh, is that what they're looking at?
I think so. I've got you on a monitor pretty far away, so I can't actually read the top of your screen. Hang on.
Active memory 73.
Yeah. So they probably did 256 minus 73.
Okay. So now you have this thing. And you're like, okay, well, Tomas, that we have that thing. Great. Then I'm going to turn adaptive off. I'm going to turn half on. I'm now going to Z remesh. And I'm going to Z remesh. And I'm going to Z remesh. And I'm going to Z remesh. That's 314. I usually just want to get around 700. But if we can go to 314, all the better. And you may ask why. Well, now that I've subdivisioned this down, I'm going to divide it back up. Divide, 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 divide. You're like, what are you doing? We're going to come over here. And I'm going to go hold down Control, hit my little orange dot, boop. And now this is my history state. Now back to this guy. Right here, I project history. Let's say project history. And you can see that we have our geometry here, just making sure there's no weirdness. Nope, that looks pretty darn good actually. So we're going to divide, divide. We're at 5 million active points. I think we were at 6 million before. Pretty good. We're going to project history. Dum, 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 ba-da, bum, bum, bum. 167 gigs of RAM. Now we're asking it to do so because we had a lot of detail. All right. So now, as you can see, look at even all that weird little surface noise. We now have that back on our model. And I now have subdivision levels. So I was like, okay, well, that was all cool, Tomas. You just went through all that stepping. What was the point? This is the point. I can lower my resolution and come in here. I can smooth this out. This out. Move. Move. I can reshape my mesh to where I want it to be. You can see I need to start integrating this smooth into this pattern. It's okay, high res. Ooh. High res. You see how it sort of projects the details back to the level that we were just at? It's taking that quad information and reapplying it. But if you notice, it's reapplying it on a mesh that doesn't have bumps, right? Because I've just come through and really smoothed the living hajibas out of this base mesh. Come up, and we just get rid of the surface detail where we still have a very clean base mesh. And there you go. You have a mesh that's now smooth and clean, and you are tied. We just removed very chaotic, very hard to get rid of mesh distortions that you can't smooth out, but you can remesh, go back to your low res, relax your mesh, then continue to come up and smooth your details off.
Now, here's a question I don't know if we've ever posed before. Can you smooth the base model without getting rid of the detail?
Well, yeah, you just don't smooth it. So here, let's say you want this area to be smooth. Go to your lower res, and now this is where, if you're going all the way down to here, smooth stronger is a little aggressive. You can either just go to smooth or just knock this down, you know, to where it's very low. And I'm just going to come in here, and I am going to relax this mesh. So I'm getting rid of a lot of those humps and bumps, right? All right. That's a lot less herky-jerky. Res. Now, if you'll notice, these aren't necessarily lumps in the mesh. Those are my scales. But let's say we want to try to go one more time, right? So we're going to come here, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. Smooth everyone out. Now, obviously our detail is going to be flatter because we've just removed a bunch of the depth of those scales, right? But now I'm just going to do this all the way. Right? So we still have that surface detail. And as you can see, I mean, it's still the noise and stuff. And it's gotten a little lighter because, I mean, remember these were big geometric or geographic distortions. But you can see how that is a much less lumpier mesh, but you're still retaining, what, 80% of your surface detail.
Ta-da!
So this is why I always sculpt in quads. I always sculpt at high resolution first, because I like high res, because as I'm starting to develop forms, if I hit smooth, I don't lose my I don't lose the form, right? If I want to smooth, then I'm not screwing up my model.
Woo!
Woo!
Okay.
And also when I'm sculpting in high res, I'm throwing, my sculpting habit is to throw a lot of lines on the surfaces. It's sort of like sketching in a blue pencil where, you know, you throw a whole bunch of lines down and then you can see the line and then you can come in and tune those forms. I'm scratching on my surfaces constantly, but since I'm doing it at a high res at a very low brush resolution, I'm setting up my almost subconscious surface rhythms and I can lay those in without a bunch of buildup, without my mesh getting lumpy, and it allows me a lot of control in that early perceiving of my surfaces. So, but I shuffle my subdivisions all the time. I'm playing with them constantly because there are times that I want to be aggressive with the mesh, so I lower it. I don't want to be aggressive with my mesh, I raise it. So I'm constantly going up and down and up and down in my subdivision. But I sculpt. Like when I'm sculpting, I sculpt it as high a resolution. Like the day that they can make this, where I can sculpt in 200 million polys, I will. Because I need to. It's important. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
Hey, if I can get, we're going to have 2-micron printers one day.
One day we will. All right. So you have one model to download, if I remember correctly. Yes, one model to download. Cena, if you can hear me.
Cena,
You asked a question. You asked a question quite a while ago. I just scrolled back up to try to find it, but it is gone. I might actually be able to find it with some mod tools. But
oh, I'm mod.
So do you. But in the meantime, Riz did some work on his and uploaded a screenshot. There's a link in chat.
Oh. I feel like someone's kicked me in the shoulder.
Did they?
Not that I remember. Wait, did I download this? I did. Aren't we printing my snake? I think that needs to go into the shop.
Yeah, you've got a printer. You print your snake.
I don't want to. Is this what we're dealing with?
Yep. Oh. Andre, alien creature?
Andre, alien creature.
Didn't we see this guy already?
Yeah. Did you do something new to this one?
No. It's a new file uploaded at 10 o'clock. Let's see here. Oh, Andre. So this is the same model they submitted on the 14th. Now it's the 28th. So they probably just didn't know we created it already.
Oh. Okay.
Andre, if you're still here, your model was the first one we saw today. So go back to the Pixelogic YouTube channel, rewind to the very beginning, and it'll be there.
Was it really the first one?
Yeah, that's the first one we did today.
It wasn't Night Goblin wasn't first?
Oh, yeah, because that one was submitted on the 7th. Okay, it was the second one we did today. Actually, ASLN 1009. Are you, Andre?
Wow, look. We just crashed.
Uh-oh. Andre crashed your computer.
Let's see. Yeah, give us a minute and we'll reboot. No, don't save this. This is like a terabyte.
Please don't save an 11 terabyte file. You already complained to me about your pathetic C drive.
I know, it's so puny. Yeah, I know that abnormal. Yeah, give me a second and we'll Because actually, I think it was just the armpit stuff. I'm all crabby about armpits, aren't I?
Ever since I met you.
No, I guess it's not going to Just sitting here waiting for ZBrush to reboot. There's a new ZBrush version? That just happened. Did they just release this?
Guess so.
Oh no, I'm totally using the wrong version of ZBrush.
Is it you up in 2021 or something?
Okay. That's I can't get in trouble for having launched the beta after things launch.
I don't think so.
I don't think. I should uninstall some of those. I think it was last year. I just kept moving. They give you, there are tons of different versions of beta, right? And it's not like it's an upgrade. You actually have to do a clean install on most of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just slide it to another folder, like old installs, I think it had like 15 different full installs of ZBrush. Hey, Tattoo. All right, what was I doing? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and crit Andres again because he's here.
See how you are, Andre. There you are. So there were really only two things. Well, I guess technically three things. On the neck, I just feel like you cut this in, right? I think that this was in first, or I don't know, you put this in, you put this in, you put this in, you wanted definition, so you ran a cutting tool right here. Because see these two little reflection marks? See this one right here, and this one right here. That little shadow tells me that that is not going under this, right? That's a cut in. So whenever you have things that are going over one another, you want to make real sure that it's actually going over. And so get in the habit of, instead of cutting these into the surfaces, like, you're like, okay, well, I need this to be more prominent. Don't do this. Don't take it. Don't cut a line in it, because that gives you screwed up reflection surfaces, and it's not good. So take clay tubes and do that. And using the edge of the clay tubes, you've now created a surface edge. So instead of cutting into the material, you have recreated the layers as they should be, and it's just a million times more convincing. And 80% of the time, I would say that people notice something's wrong. They'll sit there, they'll fiddle futz with it, they'll try to figure out what it is, and it's just something that's supposed to be going over something isn't. And it's hard to notice that stuff. It's but I'm always looking for it. So I know that's something that lots of people do. So, and you can see that from way back here, we didn't have to cut a line in there. And I think that's pretty darn clear that that's sitting on top of those. Right? Number one. My earrings right there. I laid down to take a nap. In lying on them, they stab you in the side of the head. So I took them out. Okay, second thing is your armpits. Biceps pretty close, but you just have to remember that if we're looking from the top, the bicep inserts like over here. So that bicep comes in and under. And the same for the lat and the tricep, right? This, there is no muscle in the world that makes a U, right? Muscles are sort of straight and they go over one another. So you have your lat that sits on top of this that's coming in. And your bicep comes in. And that sits behind the pec. Which sits under the delt. So, and it doesn't have to be, you know, you can smooth this back out so it's not so ridgy or cut. But just remember where those things are inserting in origin, because armpits and knee joints, elbows, there's all this crossover, right? They have to have muscles that are crossing over, or they don't work, right? Your bicep inserts way back here. Actually, I think that's the origin, and the insertion is like way down here. Here, I think it's still open. Right? I mean, look at how far down and where that's connecting. No, I need bones. Right? It's connecting to the front edge of the scapula. And down here in the ulnar, whatever that is. What is that? Oh, it's the radial. See? Always wrong. So, you know, just remember when these muscles are actually coming in, where are they going? What are they doing? Bicep attaches to that weird little point of the scapula and to the radial. And then our other little creature. Others. Skeleton. you can see that is coming up under and attaching to the scapula. But if we turn on our lat, see it's coming under our tragus. And the weaving in there with the so never are you going to get a muscle that comes in and does that, right? These are all starting, getting fat, starting, getting fat, right? They all have belly tense. You know, that's the shape of muscles. Okay, so some of them are flat. Does that make sense? So when you raise your arm, muscle action. See how they're going in the back. Here your tragus, your tribe, and your lat. Pause. And then your bicep is coming up in here and attaching this here too. Except our bicep's not. Right, but our bicep attaches to that little point right there. So anytime there's a joint, a knee joint, an elbow joint, neck, armpits, fingers, right? It's not one muscle is crossing the joint line so it can pull. The other one is crossing so it can pull this way, right? You know, our bicep is connected down in here and back up on our scapula. So there's never anything that's like a U or a big open space. You know, no armpit in the world looks like this. It looks like that, right? So just wrap your head around where, you know, these are going. So what you have in that's coming that. Yeah. Right. Makes sense. And honestly, I think that's really the only issues was the armpit and then the neck. And here again, you know, the bicep is actually going in between those two muscles. Because once again, you're not going to get this shape right here. You know, that's not going to be round. That's that going to its insertion. And then this is coming from over here. Actually, it's coming from here. That's coming. And you don't have to make them so obvious, but sculpting it in there is important because these are, you know, the insertion and origin of your muscle shows you where it's pulling from. Yeah, no problem at all. I would say by visible body, it's all. Because if you ever have any questions, you can hide, you can pull muscles off of things, and it's a really good reference. So is Anatomy for Artists, because they draw the muscles on actual photographs, so you can see what, like Bridgman or some of those, they're drawings of anatomy, you know, so it can be whatever, but when you're actually drawing the muscle groups on the photos, that I find it really. Hey.
Whoop, whoop. Want to do one more? Not a full on crit, just a relook at Riz's sculpt.
Yeah.
If you look in chat, you will see a message from Riz. It says updated more and a link.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think that looks better?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you were right that her original proportions were sort of fantasy dwarf. Like I instantly went to, oh, she's a dwarf.
I instantly thought she was 5 headlights high. That's why I went to a dwarf.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that it just the cut, how these were cut so low, and then these weren't covering it, so it sort of made her legs look really short. And yeah, it was just, you know, it didn't have to change it that much, honestly. I would also think this is a much more realistic usage of the, what are they? They're not palindromes. What's that part of the armor called? The skirt.
Skirt armor, you know. You got cap locks on, you monster.
And it said parts of Arper. You can't type. in any way, shape, or form. The fold. Tacit. The fold, the garter there holding up the armor.
Looks like it.
Very nice. You've got such a nice fold. I love these. This is like one of my favorite periods of armor. These big old weird bubble heads with these huge pointy toes. Oh my god, you guys were outrageous. Love it. I would so wear that around. You know I would.
I
I'd
do
look
know
good
you
in it,
would.
too. I could pull that off.
I believe it.
Yeah, that's a sexy piece of armor. $40,000 for a replica. That's not bad, actually. Don't get me started about my slow internet. Okay, I guess we don't need to sit here and look at armor.
Nope. I think we're done.
Come on. I love those helmets. Like the ones that get really ridgy. Yeah, you lunatic. You can see where some armor comes from. And then look at that. Just look at that helmet. I mean, come on, man. Look like a friggin' fish. It's awesome. I love it. Good stuff. All right. Kind and gentle folk. It has been a lovely evening. Oh. Get this. Oh, yeah. That's a good model. He's cool. I like him. Okay. Well, for all of you who continue to hang out with us into the wee hours of the morning, I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. If you're on YouTube, that's the one. He beat me to it because I couldn't remember it was YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit subscribe and like. It's important to us. I'm serious. Serious. A serious face. I will be back next week. Yeah, I don't know. Anything else? Am I forgetting anything? Oh, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. We do teach people how to do this.
Buy ZBrush if you don't have ZBrush.
I just, it's so funny. I forget that all the time because I just assume everybody in the world owns ZBrush.
They probably do, but it doesn't hurt to say it.
No, it's important to say it. Buy ZBrush. It's awesome sauce.
Or Core, or just play with Core Mini. We got free tutorials for that.
That's true. We do. That is very true. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm burnt.
Whoop whoop. Thanks for hanging out.
Indeed. Thanks, everyone. We will see you next week.
Woo.
Woo.